So this morning I'm going to be talking about using the 4Cs and design thinking in the making process and sort of the different pieces that we've used in that, or the different sort of ways that we've been using those two things within our district. So that some of the things that I'm going to be looking at this morning with you are, and hopefully there's some pieces that I'm sure that you've also been looking at in your own classrooms and you're considering doing. And it's sort of the journey that Winnipeg School Division has been around all the different capacities as student as maker. One of them being STEAM. We have 2 STEAM enrichment centers. Makerspace is something we're really starting to look at. The idea of design challenges and a program called Destination Imagination, which I know is big throughout the States and some places internationally as well as really personalized learning with Genius Hour and passion projects for 20% time, etc. So really, we really have been trying to really look at personalized learning and student-driven learning, student as creators, as a real shift in mindset, and really focusing on making sure, like today, that our students aren't just creating on Global Maker Day, but they're creating every single day. And that's one of my, definitely one of the pieces that, as the Enrichment Innovation Consultant Winnipeg School Division, that's a big piece of my mandate and portfolio. So we did start 2 STEAM enrichment centers in the past, it's our 2nd year, and how that works is there's 20 schools per block, so there's 3 blocks in the year, so about 20 schools send 3 students to attend the STEAM center in grades 4 to 6 once a week for 8-week block. And what happens as well with that is that there's teacher professional learning at the beginning of the block, at the end of the block, and then our STEAM lead teachers go out into the schools to continue to really try to implement the types of STEAM or makerspace learning that's happening within the centers. And really the focus within those centers is really all about experiential learning. So Rube Goldberg and coding, game-based learning, creation, looking at not just science, technology, engineering, and math, but also arts and fine arts performance. Really an opportunity to focus on students' strengths and their talents and their skill set and really build on that. So really working towards developing autonomous, really independent learners. There's 3 main tenets of the STEAM programs, one being the 4 Cs. So no matter what tasks our teachers, STEAM teachers are doing, it's really focusing on communication, collaboration, critical thinking, and creativity. And sort of everything that they do is driven by these 21st century sort of skills. As well as on the other main tenets is the design thinking process. And what happened is this past fall, our library consultant, Kevin Mowat, and I, we sat down and kind of looked at a lot of the different design thinking processes out there, whether it be creative process or the engineering design process, and we really tried to come up with some universal language or some common language that our schools and our students could use, so it didn't matter what they were doing, whether it be designing a bridge or a sculpture or a commercial or a bulletin board or a skit, that these sort of main steps would always apply. So identifying your challenge, imagining what the possibilities might be, and then planning for that and your materials and your steps, then designing, and then of course doing the building, the planning, the making or creating, and then refining what works, what didn't, revising and looking at challenges and how what changes might need to be made, and then of course the sharing, whether that be globally or within the classroom or the school or with parents, etc. And then that reflecting is ingrained in all of that. So we really looked at this process and we sort of put it out there as a pilot, and really had some different pockets of teachers in our STEAM program and different places really look at using this. And then we've now sort of adopted as a school division wide model to sort of see where teachers can find it fits within their own classroom and program as students, as creators, so that it has sort of ubiquitous or universal application across subject areas and across grades. This being sort of a graphic organizer that might be sort of a planning or thinking sheet that students might use in whatever task that they might be doing. And the third main tenet of our STEAM program being reflection, and reflection so key. In the famous Dewey quote of, "We don't learn from experience, we learn from reflecting on experience." So it's reflection, I think, is a constantly ebbing and flowing and sort of mucking around kind of process for both students and I think teachers as well. And we've really tried to move towards a real shift in thinking with our reflection as well. So it's not just personalized learning within the STEAM centers, but also personalized reflection, that we're giving kids lots of choices around reflection, whether that be sketchnoting or sketching for those kids that are sort of more artistically minded, or using something like Adobe Voice for capturing images and then using their voice to document, or more sort of structured things like Seesaw, video reflection. So it's not just what has traditionally been maybe a lot of written reflections, but we really look at personalizing reflection. So that the whole notion of the STEAM centers is the concept that we are all makers, and that students are constantly making, and that there's a real personalized piece. So even though they're given all of these experiences around coding and design and science and all of those things, that in the end that they also sort of get to really pursue their own passions and their own strengths, and that part of the program is that exploration time, that tinker time, that personalized learning time, where they get to really go further and deeper with some of their passions. Another journey that we've been on is we've had our first development of our Winnipeg School Division Makerspace in a library, and that was a sort of a divisional project, and we had the first start with it, and that Makerspace is housed with many of the sort of materials that you'll see in most Makerspaces. It also has a rig-a-majig, which is a little bit unique, and we've really seen that grown and flourish, and it's been an awesome experience to see that library Makerspace really take off. We've then seen some other schools start to adopt the idea of Makerspace. We have a few different schools really starting to develop that this year, and some plans for next year. We also had our first movable Lego board on a smart board made, and we're starting to look at some Lego walls and really developing some designated spaces, and not just within a library, but in other spaces. We have one school, I think, calling it the Creation Station, and really looking at really pursuing this idea of a designated space within a school that's a makerspace, and what materials that might look like, etc. So the whole idea of maker as learner is something many of our teachers have really found they're embracing, and they're impassioned and excited about, and that has really created a lot of renewed energy and excitement around this whole notion of the student as maker. We've seen lots of, we've really in our division seen a lot more connectedness and collaboration. One vehicle being Twitter, one vehicle being teacher blogs in recent times. So we've seen a lot more tweets, with things like Cardboard Challenge and coding and all those types of things. Oh, sorry guys. We've really seen lots of those types of things show up in our Twitter feeds. Whether it be Rube Goldberg or designing and building and all those types of things happening. So that's been really exciting to see. We've also seen an influx of teachers really pursuing the idea of Genius Hour, or 20% time, the Google time, or whatever they might be calling it. We've seen some neat things like Genius Buddies developing at one of our schools, where it's a grade 2 and grade 8 students really looking at investigating what's their driving question or their driving interest, and that's been awesome. One of our teachers came up with his own sort of version called Hour of Power, in really focusing on that idea of empowerment, of letting kids really pursue their strengths and their interests. And so here's some examples of the types of things he's seeing. Them doing some lessons online with YouTube videos on guitars, or the Lego robotics, or designing puppet shows, and really letting them really drive their own learning. So I want to give you a big picture of some of the things that we're seeing around students as makers in Winnipeg School Division. And then I also realized that there's some classrooms out there that are looking for some challenges and tasks to do. And so the other piece I really want to share with you, we've seen a groundswell and a real huge increase in the interest is around challenges and instant challenges. And a lot of that comes from Destination Imagination, a program that I only sort of started to learn about in the past year. But I think that Destination Imagination, which has been around for over 30 years, perhaps some of you are familiar with it, has an absolutely incredible amount of instant challenges. And the link is in the presentation to sort of the resources that are available. And they're very reasonably priced. I think for $25 you can get in volume 7 100 different challenges. For another $25 in volume 8 you can get another 50 challenges, and they're logons that you can share with your colleagues in the sense of your building. And also there's, I think, allowed up to 8 printouts of the document. So it's a huge wealth, and you get a ton for your money. And certainly if you even Google Destination Imagination Instant Challenges or STEM challenges, there's an abundance of them out there. So no shortage of these types of sort of quick and very rich challenge opportunities. So we've seen tons of tweets and celebration of our students doing, whether they be the tower challenges or tasks, what those might be called task challenges, or what may be called performance challenges. DI sort of breaks them into 2 categories, or sometimes they're a combination of them both. We've also seen an influx of our teachers doing these challenges, whether it be through professional learning at their school or in other sort of outside places. So we've seen real interest and build. We've seen some of our schools take on this project sort of as a school and have systems in place of how they organize supplies for challenges and really take this on as a big project. So the instant challenges, once again, focus really on that design thinking, on that planning, that's identifying the challenge, imagining and planning, and sort of making your way through those steps in sort of a quick, amped up version. Some teachers like to focus on the TMI robot when they're doing more instant challenges, or even with their very little learners from Stager and Martinez from Invent to Learn. So that whole idea of think, make, improve, as opposed to sort of using those 6 big steps. So we're going to do our first instant challenge, that being the paper tower one. And when you look at DI challenges, or many challenges, whether they be Destination Imagination or not, they're often structured in the same way, where you'll see what your task is, what your time is. And the time, I think, is really malleable, and you can kind of do with it, especially in the beginning stages if you're just starting to use these challenges with your class. So I'd be really sort of loose in sort of the time and really judge your learners and scaffold that in. So I'd always give students a chance to, if we're using the design thinking process and really basing this on the 4 C's and knowing that we're going to be having conversations about communication, critical thinking, creativity, and collaboration after in our reflection piece, I'd really, in the beginning stages, really, do a lot of front loading about that. And then start off by giving them some time to plan and think. And whether, I don't think we'd start necessarily with 2 minutes, but give them some time to discuss strategy and use that design thinking in their planning. And then the part 2 being doing the challenge. And you really just can read the challenge. Each challenge is going to be different in sort of that procedure. Then the challenge often will give you, will give you always the materials you'll need ahead of time so you can prepare for that. And we can sort of talk about some of the troubleshooting around materials after. This one simply being 20 sheets of paper per group. I find the optimal kind of group number is about 4, but there's some flexibility with that. And then in DI challenges, there's always scoring. Some people prefer to call it the word criteria. Some people don't like to start with the scoring. They like to wait, and after they've given their students a few different chances to do some challenges before they even introduce that, and that's completely up to you and you judging your own group. And if you notice, though, in the scoring with DI challenges, it isn't about who has the highest tower or the tallest tower. That might be one piece of it, but it's about creativity, and it's about how your team works together. And I've never, in all my time of doing challenges, ever actually scored kids myself. It's something that's about peer and self group reflection, and really them, the richness comes from the reflection and them really thinking about how they work together and those 4 C's. So I invite any classrooms that are participating this morning to try this challenge, to teachers give your students a couple minutes to do some planning and some strategizing, and then give them as much time as you think that they need, if this is depending on their exposure and their experience with this type of learning, to then do the challenge. Because I'm cognizant that there are also other, there's other educators involved perhaps that aren't with their classroom today, I'll just go on to talk about a few other things, and I'll perhaps pause for a minute and look at the questions and see if there's anything I can address. But I'll leave you to kind of work on this for a few minutes and come back. So hopefully I gave you a time to start with with your students and some of the challenges. I see there's been a few different questions, and awesome that there's some of the questions come from our students. So why was STEAM created? I think that we started the STEAM enrichment programs really to start to have conversations of what sort of what classrooms could look like in different ways, in the sense of really focusing on those 21st century skills and focusing on student as creator and maker. And really ultimately we'd love to see STEAM classrooms in all of our schools, or STEAM type learning or Makerspace type learning in all of our schools. But we need to really support our teachers in understanding the mindset and understanding the thinking and the practice behind that. So it was sort of, I think, developed as a vehicle to really start some of those conversations and really build on some of the strengths that we know and some of the things we do know we have happening in schools. And we already starting to see those shifts happening. So we're seeing more development of STEAM or Makerspace classrooms happening now in our schools as our teachers become sort of versed and more comfortable in doing that sort of, those types of challenges and that type of really hands-on, engaging, student-driven learning. So awesome to see that students say DI challenges are great. So hopefully that means that some of you have other experience and prior experience with them. And if you don't know about the volume 7 and 8, I really encourage you to go check them out. Also BC DI, British Columbia DI has made these, they've been doing DI for so long. They have these little cookbooks that they made like hundreds of more challenges, and so they're tough to get your hands on, but I really, really like a lot of the ones in there as well. There's a question, in what ways do you integrate all the components or content areas of STEAM into your projects and such? So I think that for sure we make an attempt whenever we're doing STEAM projects and learning to integrate knowledge and content-based outcomes. But I think that we're seeing a big shift in education and really letting the competencies be a little bit more in the forefront. And some teachers, and I don't have the slide in this presentation, but one of the things we speak to our teachers about is this is curriculum. It's what we call in here in Manitoba Cluster Zero skills, which are those inquiry-based process skills in our science curriculum or our social studies curriculum. It is the communication, it is the critical thinking. When we look at sort of, look at the report card and we look at the curriculum outcomes, knowledge and content are just one line item in there. And traditionally in schools, I think we focus so much on the knowledge and content instead of letting the competencies and the skills and the rich, deep learning of the critical thinking and the collaboration sort of drive the learning, and then where does the content fit into that? So I think we're seeing a big shift out there these days in really putting those key skills that we know, those future-ready skills we know our teachers need, that we know the business world and the trades are saying we need people that are able to think outside the box. We need students that have resilience, that have flexibility and agility in their thinking, and that I think a lot of this type of learning really supports that for sure. So great question. Best we have. Do you have specific reflection protocols that you use? Well, that's going to come up right away. I'm going to show you a slide, and maybe we'll just give a couple more minutes if our students are working on this challenge and keep in mind, classroom teachers, that you can always come back to this presentation too if there's the certain slides that you would like to use sort of down the road with reflection, etc. So when it comes to reflecting, this is typically we use the 4 C's to debrief, although we've had many of our teachers in our school division, and I know we say division and that's a rarity, which means equals the same thing as district in Manitoba. So we've had a number of teachers really approach reflection in different ways. I feel that instant challenges I've never seen a richer way to really have students reflect. I think it really offers an opportunity to have students reflect really deeply and really, really in a way that perhaps they haven't before. And maybe it's the support of the group, or I'm not sure, but often one of our STEAM teachers has told me that he feels that the reflection will often take longer than the challenge did itself, so that you know that that's rich reflection when you are reflecting longer than the task, I think. So I think that there's tons of opportunities here. So we might really frame it similar to this. So asking them to think critically about how do they communicate, how do they collaborate, think creatively, etc. What were their strengths in the challenge? What were their challenges? What will they do differently next time? We often will have a group do the same challenge for a second time as well, and maybe really getting them to look back at their reflections and see before they even go ahead and do the task for a second time. Or I've had groups do this task a second time, but this time their group can't talk, so that really changes and uses a totally different skill set. One thing to keep in mind with challenges is that I think it's important to be flexible in your thinking. If you don't have paper clips and your challenge asks for paper clips, just in your own thinking, think creatively, well, what could I use to improvise? And so sometimes people get concerned about the supplies because the task-based challenges can be a bit supply heavy. But I think if you're sort of proactive and getting a lot of those main staple things from the dollar store, or ordering ahead of time, the pipe cleaners and the popsicle sticks or craft sticks and those kind of things on hand, there's lots of ways to be sort of to improvise within the moment and change the task as needed. Some of our schools have developed systems where there's a certain teacher in charge of developing the task for the week for all the classrooms that are doing it, and then it kind of gives you your time, and your students can help build those little supply bags, and then you're kind of done for the next few weeks. So that's another great sort of organizational tool. But yeah, so back to reflecting though, that's a really, the 4 C's I think is a really great way to debrief, and that's one of the things that we've seen a lot of success with our teachers is just really framing it with the 4 C's. One of our schools has been using the visual thinking strategy, which if you could Google, it's really about capturing an image of what's happening during the challenge, and then the students really thinking critically and reflecting back on what was happening in those moments with using the image, but still debriefing with the 4 C's. And maybe that's coming up later on one of my other slides when we do a second challenge, another way to really debrief and to do a rich reflection is to use the design thinking steps and really get the students to think about what did identifying look like in your group? What did imagining look like? What were some of the different things you came up with? So really getting them to debrief using those steps of the process as well. Another great way to debrief or reflect might be, and these don't exist for all, but for the DI Instant Challenge recap, or there's these things called DI Instant Challenge recap videos that allow for you to, so I just want to make sure. So have I not been screen sharing for the last little bit? Sorry if that's the case. Okay, so I don't think I was. So I'm just going to go back a couple. So we were here. So using the 4 C's, sorry, this was the slide about reflection, so that is in there. So sorry if I wasn't screen sharing during that. And so now looking at this is called the DI Instant Challenge Recap video. And so this one does exist for Paper Tower, and it exists for a few different challenges. And so if you want to use this as sort of a mechanism for sharing, one sec again. Okay. So if you want to use the DI recap videos, you can actually Google just what ones exist. And if you want to try that, try one of the challenges that has one that's attached to it. It's a really great way to really show students different learning that can happen. So across grades, because when you do it, when there's a DI recap video, then you can sort of see the learning from kindergarten to all the way to what university students might be doing. I'm wondering, Jamie, if you can tell me if you keep losing my screen share, just because I see my green light come on, which shows me that I'm on.
Yes, Shauna, I see you right now, not the screen.
So yeah, did you get a glimpse of it and then it went left again?
Yeah, if you want to go ahead and try to screen share, I'll let you know if it pops up.
Yeah, I did it once. I saw it was working and then I see the green light again. So one sec.
Okay. What are you doing? Stop. What?
Okay, it says I'm screen sharing.
I can see it now. Looks great.
Okay, let's hope it stays this time. But, so yeah, so the DI Instant Challenge recaps are a great way to use for reflection and just to have some conversations, sort of looking what other groups have done and debriefing through that as well. Oh, and it's lost again. Is that right?
It looks like I lost you, but I wonder if it's because you're sharing a video.
Okay, so I'll get off this screen. I wasn't going to show the video. I just wanted to have it in there, so I'll get off the screen.
And then try to screen share and see if that keeps you on.
Okay.
What'd you say to me? There we go.
Okay, so just to give you some background on Destination Imagination, just because if you do go and sort of look at some of the instant challenges that the program has to offer, it's much, much bigger than just instant challenges. And as we sort of see the whole idea of STEM challenges, instant challenges, Makerspace challenges, you know, I see them really coming out on things like Pinterest. And if you try a Google search on them, there's a lot. They're really becoming really more prevalent. I know when I go to a lot of workshops now, as adults, we start with them. But DI has been doing them for years and doing a really good job of them for years as part of their sort of bigger program, that being their Team Challenge program as well. So really they're a program that's all about creativity and innovation and student creation and kind of like no other program out there. I only learned about them just over a year ago, and I've been nothing but impressed with them as an organization. So they have been around since 1982. I think been in over 30 countries and most of the states. In Canada, really big in a couple of our provinces, in BC or in Ontario a little bit more than in Alberta a little bit, some of the other provinces and pockets. And in my home province in Manitoba, sort of over the last number of years, it's been smaller scale. We're hoping that things are going to start to build. We're having a lot of interest within our own division and within sort of urban Winnipeg a little bit more. So although we have a lot of our classroom teachers using instant challenges, our Team Challenge program has just sort of started this year. We have one elementary team and one high school team, and working through and I've been a team manager with an elementary team, and working with that team has been one of the most rewarding I'm going to go past this video screen, has been one of the worst or one of the best and rewarding things I've ever done as an educator. Really watching this team, and we started with about 12 kids when we started our team with my fellow team manager back in the fall, and we really did a lot of work. It was an extracurricular. I see we lost it again. It was an extracurricular team that we started, and really in the fall we started with focusing on team building and instant challenges. And we met every week after school for just over an hour. And then as we moved through those instant challenges, we started to look at what's called the team challenges. And I see I lost you again. One sec. So what happens with the team challenges is that DI puts out what's called their team challenges in the STEM areas. Sorry, I'm having trouble getting past, and I think that Jamie's onto something that has to do with the videos. So I'm just going to go here, past it, lesson learned. So these are what last year's DI team challenges looked like. So after we'd worked with our team with instant challenges and team building for a couple of months in our after school club, Then we introduced them to what these team challenges were, and these are what they looked like last year. And so they're really focused on the STEM areas as well as fine arts. There's an improv one and service learning. So it's very much an interdisciplinary process or program. And then our students really focused on the ones that they were most interesting for you. One of our teams looked at pace of change, and one of our teams was really interested in the fine arts, which was a mystery-focused challenge this year. And then what the students do is they have to look at the criteria of each of the challenges. This is what this year's challenges look like, just to give you an idea of some more descriptive criteria for the challenges. And they have to design a solution. So thinking about an instant challenge, if you're going to do that in 8 or 10 minutes, this is a challenge that you're going to work on for a number of months. Sorry, again, we've lost you. So here is, like I said, next year's, and you can see the criteria of what the solution, it's called the solution in DI, has to look like. And the beauty of DI is that this is all student driven, so all creation by students. And unlike, I know sometimes science fair projects get sometimes a bit of a bad rap when we think they go home and we're not sure how much is done by the parent and how much is done by the solution, I know, or by the child. I know that's kind of the age-old joke. When it comes to DI, the students have to sign what's called a Declaration of Independence, and the team managers have to do training around what's called interference. And I've learned so much as a team manager in being able to ask good questions, because I cannot give the students any suggestions or any sort of ideas towards their solution. So it has to be completely come from them. And so the fine arts get a clue solution that our team, one of our teams went forward with over a number of months. The skit, the props, every line, the staging, the backdrop, everything came from them. And just so some people might watch their little 8-minute solution and be like, oh, well, you know, maybe it doesn't look like much to you, but if you look at where it came from and how it started from just these few little descriptors or bullets in a category, and how this was how they interpreted it, how they created it, how they used the design thinking process, the creative process to develop, and really how they had to work collaboratively as a team, how they had to think critically when they were faced with adversity and faced with failure, which they have been a number of times throughout the last number of months. How they had to communicate and share and work as together and develop that resilience when they were faced with adversity. It's been quite extraordinary. So we hosted the provincial tournament for Destination Imagination, where we had, like I said, we're smaller scale in Manitoba, 9 teams contribute and have solutions in sort of both middle years and high school categories in two different categories of solutions. There was fine arts as well as the scientific challenge this year, which was called In Plain Sight. And on the slide, I'm not going to go on it because it seems when I go on to anything that has video on it, you can see the team solutions. You can actually watch their little 8-minute solutions that they did design based on the criteria for the challenge. And it's really amazing to see the journey and to watch what they've had to endure and what they've had to really overcome and to come to that point. So I'm going to go back a little bit carefully to avoid any slides with the video on it, because hopefully our teams had a chance to, or our classrooms had a chance to try the task instant challenge. So I want to make sure to also give them the opportunity to do an instant challenge that's performance-based. And I love performance-based challenges because I think often as language arts teachers, we spend a lot of time with reading and writing and, oh, lost you again. Okay, there we go. So you spend a lot of time with, in the areas of reading or writing, and it's sometimes easy to sort of lose track of, have I given my kids a chance to do any drama lately, any sort of that representing or oral things. And I lost you again. Sorry, guys, have no idea. So here is an example of a performance-based challenge. We definitely need this slide. Jamie, any ideas of why this is happening?
I'm not exactly sure what's going on. I see it just continue to pop out and pop back in. Maybe keep it instead of presenting mode.
Yeah.
Without the presenter mode, maybe it won't pop out.
Okay, I see what you're saying. So you see it right now?
Yes.
Okay, good idea. Okay, so here is the instant challenge. So once again, you'll see that it's sort of structured in the same way. Your task this time is to create a rhyming message that could be used on an answering machine. And I think this is so funny in the sense that when we've introduced this challenge to students before, they were looking at us like so quizzically, like, what are you talking about? And then it dawned on us that they didn't know what an answering machine is, and that's sort of the world that we live in today, right? So when we framed it in the way of voicemail, they totally got it. I would never do this one as 3 rhyming messages. I would just say to do 1 rhyming message. So what your job is to just create a rhyming message that would be for one of these sort of jobs or professions, and you can see them along the side on the right. And then the students need to plan creatively what their rhyming answering machine message would be from the perspective of a game show host or a chef or a musician, etc. And they need to take a few minutes, of course, to plan it. Then they need to sort of devise it, write it down, or just discuss it with their group, and then come up with a way to perform it. So for our classrooms out there, this one doesn't take really any materials unless they want a pencil and paper to do some planning. And then I would give your students right now this performance challenge to do in designing their answering machine or voicemail, if you prefer to call it that, for this profession. If you look closely at the scoring or the criteria, once again, it's based on, does it extra 5 sort of bonus points if it does have 1 rhyme at least. 15 points for the creativity, 20 for their creativity of their performance, and then 20 for their team, how their team works together. So once again, even that criteria is based on the 4 C's, and really what are the steps they're sort of going through in that design thinking model to do their planning and imagining, etc. So classrooms, have fun with that one, and I will continue to kind of fill you in a little bit more about destination imagination as you work on that. So hopefully we don't lose you now that we had Jamie's idea not to go into presentation mode. There are some really great videos that if you are interested in learning more about the Team Challenge program of Destination Imagination and how that might, maybe you've just been looking for something extra to do in your building, because I know that's always the case with teachers, that we're not already overwhelmed with everything we have to do, but maybe even looking at doing a different extracurricular take on things, and maybe swapping out a club that's always ran. DI is an excellent way to really give kids perhaps an opportunity that maybe don't make those sports teams, or maybe not find their niche within the school, because I think that DI really speaks to all kids, those kind of disparate part kind of kids that can come together and really showcase their strengths. I've never seen a program or an organization that does more to acknowledge and really amplify and give kids an opportunity to showcase and to build on their own strengths and skill set as learners, for sure. So these are our 2 teams that did perform in their solutions at our provincial tournament, and you can, because I'll tweet out the link to the presentation, you can follow these links through to see what their team's challenge solution, because often with DI it's hard to actually wrap your head around until you've actually seen a solution and kind of compared it to the criteria of what the challenge initially asked for. What happens with DI and with what's happened in the tournaments, and when you look at an instant challenge, you have to keep in mind, and I haven't mentioned this part yet, that when students go to a DI tournament, they present their solution for what's called appraisers. So those are the people that are really there to give you feedback on how you sort of met the criteria of the solution, and also to give what they call stickies, which is all about positive feedback, and really about DI is all about celebrating success and the journey and the process. So at a tournament, the students present their solution. in their category, but they also do an instant challenge. And so that's why instant challenges, you'll see a lot, if you print off even some of the documents, if you do go ahead and order the volume 7, say, you'll see a lot of extra paper behind some of it. So be cautious of that, because a lot of those challenges they're about using also for tournament kind of scenarios as well. Because the teams do an instant challenge that they have no idea what it is when we're walking into the tournament. That all comes as a surprise. So then there's different levels of of where you can showcase your solutions. So some places where it's really big, they'll have regional tournaments, affiliate tournaments, etc. In Manitoba, we just did the provincial one, like I said, with the 9 teams. And then there are teams that can have the opportunity to go to what's called global finals. And I had the chance to go just on my own last year as I started to learn about destination imagination. It's like nothing I could have ever imagined. 15,000 people in the University of Tennessee in Knoxville in their arena, celebrating creativity and innovation and design. And it was truly spectacular. And so we got the news just recently that our team here, our Ralph Brown team, the Creatians is their name, is going to have the opportunity to go to global finals this year. And really our goal with that is to continue to build the program in our division, and for them to serve, and within our province as well, and for them to serve as sort of champions or ambassadors of that program, to share that learning and that experience, as well as 2 of our team managers and myself are heading down there. So we're super excited about that as well. So hopefully our classrooms are working on creating their answering machine messages. I just wanted to go back to this slide because after the classroom teachers do that, once again, thinking about the different ways you could debrief that process or reflect on the learning with your students, once again, through the 4 C's, talking about the group strengths, what might they do differently, what were their challenges. And then, like I mentioned earlier, really going back to that design thinking process and talking about their thinking and their doing in each stage of the process and what that might have looked like with their group members. And one last thing I wanted to make sure to share with you, and as I know that, and I'll try to have a chance to go back to the questions right away, but I wanted to make sure to highlight this is I do a newsletter or sort of for my school district or division called Eyes on Innovation. And in January, I focused on students as makers. And so there may be a lot of different resources that may be helpful. So I just wanted to make sure, and I'll make sure to tweet out this link as well, and it's in the Google Slides. So it really talks about, the whole notion of makerspace and makers. And I sort of look at STEAM and makerspace as sort of the same idea, and really our STEAM centers are makerspaces. So here I talk about sort of that idea of where does makerspace and STEAM type learning and design thinking challenges all sort of fit into our curriculum, at least in Manitoba, and into our report card. So this whole section really goes into that. And I talked about that whole idea that knowledge and understanding is just one piece of the puzzle in reporting and in assessment. So really looking at big picture and how that fits with students as makers. There's some great videos and links to not just elementary students as makers, but also here's a really great one that I like with high schools and makerspace, because I certainly think that we should see makerspace throughout. Then this newsletter really goes to highlight sort of the current makerspaces we have happening in Winnipeg School Division, as well as our STEAM enrichment centers, as well as sort of their Twitter handles, etc. So you can follow those places on and see sort of the types of things that they have going on. I also go into the idea of Genius Hour and 20% time, and some of the people who I find really great to follow in those areas. There's some videos, etc., from our STEAM centers. And then there's a whole resource section. So some of the books that really have helped me in my journey with Makerspaces, and the Laura Fleming book, and the Invent to Learn by Stager and Martinez for sure. And then who's some of the people that I really look to in Makerspace development. The Diana Randina and Chrissy Vensdale and Colleen Graves, etc. So I think Colleen was presenting perhaps this morning as well. Also, some staple videos. I'm sure most of you have heard of Kane's Arcade, but if you haven't, Kane and Audrey with his Rube Goldberg Monster Trap. If there could be a video that sort of highlights students as learners and creators, I love those two videos. Are so awesome. And the whole idea of the process. So whether it be the design thinking process or using the TMI robot. The whole idea of the 4 C's, and I love this Laura Fleming graphic and sort of planning your makerspace and all those pieces that which once again is a process. This concept here, these idea of maker menus, I thought were, when we were sort of planning our makerspaces and really helping teachers to wrap their heads around it, we looked at the idea of menus to get us started, because a lot of people often ask, well, should you start with sort of free, it's wide open what the kids are going to create, or should there be more prompts and tasks and challenges? And that's, of course, up to you, but these were some ways that we started in looking at some of our materials and giving prompts and sort of giving students some parameters or some scaffolding to start. Here's some great makerspace prompts in the early years. So, in our NK, we have nursery programming in our division, and kindergarten programmings have our program. How can we start to really embed that design thinking with our yet littlest of learners, whether it be using Marble Run or Lego, and so developing some prompts, Tinker Toys, etc. So there's some great ideas there. Then in the newsletter, I go into some of the materials that, and of course it all depends on budget and space and all of those things. I think it's Shannon Miller that talks about makerspace in a bag, which I love that notion as well. But here's a list of sort of some of the things that we've started with or looked at. And also in the newsletter, there are some picture books that celebrate making and creating. So starting that sort of library collection of books that really is a great way to have a conversation. And if you, I think then here is Diana Randina's great, awesome list as well. So some great places to look for some books to start conversations with learners, at least perhaps in the elementary ages. And if you don't know any other great conversation starting place, I think with Makerspace Learning with students, on top of those picture books is, and I think the book is in here, and maybe it's not, actually, is the 4C through P21, the Above and Beyond. So either the picture book that's done by that, or if you Google Above and Beyond, the P21 little video that's done by Peter Reynolds, I think is a great starting place to have with your students about what does it look like to be a maker, and those 4 C's of critical thinking, creativity, and collaboration and communication. Do our kids even know what those 4 things mean to start before we, really it's a great sort of jumping off point, I find. So, I'm going to, I think we only have a few minutes left, so I'm going to try and go back to the questions and see if there's anything there that I can touch on before we wrap things up. I hope that our classroom teachers have had a chance to try out those 2 challenges, and that they can go and look at furthermore at some of the DI online challenges. So just give me a second. I think I can go out of here now that the presentation is wrapped up and look at the Q&A.
Do I just jump in? Hi, everybody. My name is Shelley Fryer, and I'm going to talk to you today about iPads in the makerspace. So let me just get my screens going here. I'm coming to you live this morning from Chicago. I'm actually in Chicago doing some work with PBS at their annual meeting. So I'm in a hotel and pretty excited. My computer's going everywhere. All right, iPads in the Maker Studio. Welcome. I am a 3rd and 4th grade teacher at a school in Oklahoma City. We are a K through 5 school. We are a small nonprofit private school for homeless children. And so I am the 3rd and 4th grader in that space. And we are one-to-one iPads. We have had iPads for the last 2 years. And this year we have been using our iPads a lot in the classroom. If you would like to connect with me, you can reach me at Twitter at sfryer, on our classroom website, which is classroom.shelleyfryer.com, or you can reach me at my school Twitter, which is at PTOKC. So iPads in the classroom. This is my makerspace. My school purchased a building next door, which was just a big blank space. So this year we've been doing Maker Studio in our classroom for the last 2 years. And this year I kind of expanded into a empty room at the building next to us. We have a lot of materials. We have little bits, we have circuitry, we have our green screen, as you can see. We have electrical snap kits. So all of these things were usually stored in my classroom. We would get them out, we would use them, and then we'd have to quickly set them, pack them all back up and store them again for the next day. So it's been really nice to spread into a space where we have plenty of room to work. And we can kind of leave those projects out and then come back to it the next day. So this is my Maker Studio space. We still do a lot of making in the classroom, but this is the space where we can really get dirty and make a mess. These are some of the things that we really focus on in my Maker Studio. We focus on using the green screen. We are using an app called Doink, Lego Stop Motion. My students love Legos, and so we've spent some time with Lego Stop Motion app. We have been using Makey and circuit kits. So doing some Scratch apps and learning to do those with the Makey. And then Rube Goldberg. Rube Goldberg was one of the things I really wanted to get involved in this year and just really didn't get a chance to. So it's on my list of things to do for this summer, is really to build up our Rube Goldberg area in our maker space. So the kind of, Maker Studio has been a journey for me. I started back into the classroom after being out for a long time 3 years ago. And that summer in Vermont, my husband and I attended a workshop called Create, Make, and Learn. It was the Summer Institute. And in that it was held in like a Maker Studio, community Maker Studio space. And they were using laser cutters and Arduinos, and then they set up a lot of electricity things, and that's kind of where I got started with the electricity activities that I'm doing now. But it was really inspiring to see teachers and then to have times to make and create ourselves, and the energy. Also just really digging in deep to the STEM resources. Making and creating, and I think the presenter before me talked about STEAM as well. So just combining all of those things. Also that summer, we attended a Makers Fair in Kansas City, where we just got to see all kinds of projects from kids as well as adults who were making and creating, and just the intensity that brought in, and the interest and the engagement that was. And so I knew that making and creating in my classroom was really something that I wanted to dive into. Because we are a one-to-one iPad school, I wanted to use those iPads to make and create, and not just to consume information. And so I started really investigating apps, mainly that were free, because we didn't have a big budget for buying apps. And so just really finding those apps which would align with some of the things that we were doing and learning in the classroom. So we use the iPads in my classroom to make and our thinking visible, really to document our learning, to show and share what we know. We use it to research, using some various apps, different projects that we want to get involved with. So we're using it to research, also to design and invent. Sorry, some audio stuff going on here. But mainly just to have fun learning, and diving in deep with some of our subjects. All right, one of the things that we really want to do, and that I'm kind of developing this thought and idea of, is inside and outside sharing. So really, what information do we want to share inside the classroom, and then what things do we want to share outside of our classroom? I really think sharing is important because students spend a lot of time creating and making things, and they want to show it to somebody. They want somebody to see their hard work. They want to share, kind of like show and tell time was when students were younger. And so they want to show people what they're doing, and they want to share that with their classmates. So I've spent some time seeking out some apps that allow us to share inside the classroom, but also I really think it's important for teachers to begin sharing outside the classroom, to show our community and to show our parents some of the deep learning that's happening inside the classroom, because it's not always in that take-home papers that you staple together and send home in their work folder that shows the deepest learning. And so I needed to find ways to show what we know and to share that knowledge with others. Outside sharing is so important. We're using an app called Seesaw as our digital portfolio, and I'll talk to you more about that later. But Seesaw has allowed me to share outside of our classroom just some of the things that we're doing. My students, we are very fortunate that we get to take a lot of field trips, and we do a lot of what we call classroom community building. And one of the things we did earlier this year is go on a fishing trip. And so I was able, with my phone, to take a picture and then put that in Carter's digital portfolio. And before the field trip was even over, his mother had already responded back. His dream has always been to go fishing, and she was so happy that he had an opportunity to do that. And just that little bit of sharing outside of the classroom was invaluable for building a bridge with that parent, especially a parent that and I would say most of my parents do not have iPhones, and it is difficult sometimes to connect with them. My students come from deep poverty, but however, this parent did, and it is huge for me to be able to share with her and to build that bridge with her student in mind. Okay, so some of the iPad apps that we're using in our Maker Studio. One of your most valuable apps that you have comes with the iPad, and it's the camera roll. The camera roll is just it's the first thing that we learn how to use. We take pictures to document our learning all the time, and the workflow that I'm developing in the classroom is that we save everything to the camera roll. From there, we can choose where else we want to share it, but everything that the students do and document starts with their camera roll. And so these are just a picture of some of the things that are going on in our classroom, because we never know if we want to use these or how we want to use these. And so we take a lot of pictures and we use that camera roll first. One of the neatest apps that I have found my students absolutely love is Pic Collage for Kids. Pic Collage is made specifically for kids. And we use the pictures from our camera roll to take in and to make collages of our learning. It has a search engine within the app that allows them to surf and the web for other images that they might want to use in projects, but mainly we're using it to document that learning that is taking place. These are a couple collages that my students have created. One of them is when we first started working in our Maker Studio, so they were taking pictures of their electrical circuits that they had created, working with the projects with the little bits. In a normal classroom setting, without that camera and without that picture, that would be cleaned up at the end of the day, and we would have really no way of documenting what they were doing. But by taking pictures of these projects and then going back and reflecting on them later, we're able to share what was going on. Also, my students, like I said, adore and love building with Legos. We do a lot of Lego design challenges, and so they're working in groups. I took some of these pictures, and some of them they take their own pictures of their own creations. But we put those into and share those pictures so that they can show what they're doing. They can talk about working with that group, and then we can get pictures of the actual challenges and the results of those challenges. And I think that's really important, especially when we're making and creating, and it's not necessarily something that they're going to be able to keep and take home with them. So here's Seesaw. Seesaw, I started using it again like 2 years ago, and really last year I started using it just for my own benefit. It's really simple to set up your classroom. I have like an older version, a beginning version, where it had these cute little icons that the students use, and I think for older students now they use just the initials. But I've set up different folders, a math folder, a reading folder, a Maker Studio folder, and so we're able to kind of designate where those things go. The students know how to add to their own digital portfolio. In the Settings app, there are different ways that you can set up the classroom. I have invited all of my students' mentors and their parents to join their students' portfolio so they can see their students work and respond back to that. It allows them to make comments, but you can also turn those comments off. You also need to know that the teachers moderate all comments, so whatever goes into the portfolio is moderated by the teacher. Whatever comments come into the students is moderated by the teacher. So the students, the teacher has to approve all things going inside and outside of those portfolios. It gives the students autonomy this year to add things to their own portfolios. Here's an example of one of my students, and he was creating a wrap for our volunteer luncheon. And so it's kind of interesting. This was, he had outlined all of these concepts that he wanted to talk about in his wrap, and we have a good friend of mine named Carl Hooker, who we ended up Skyping with, and Carl's kind of an entertainer, and he had connected with Landon on an earlier trip to Oklahoma City. So we got on Skype and shared this Google Doc, and Carl helped Landon kind of refine his rap, and then we printed it out, and Landon took a picture of it, and then he was singing his rap there. But it's in his portfolio for him to get to at any time. So not only is it documenting his learning, but it also gives him availability to that project. We did some fancy app smashing with this. Carl had suggested this auto wrap app. So we took that rap that Landon had created, and he sang it into this app, which was free. It had a couple free versions, and then recorded that. And then it was that recording that was presented at the volunteer luncheon, and Landon and his friend could just actually lip sync over it. But it gave them the confidence they needed. But Seesaw became the holding place for that information. And as we go, I'll talk more about how we use Seesaw. This is another way. My students did a passion project this year, and I had a student that was really diving in deep with a music app, GarageBand, that he was using, and so we were able to take a recording of this and then share that into our Seesaw as well. Seesaw works well with links, with audio, with pictures. You're able to save a lot of different things in that, and it gives you the date, and you can see it by calendar view. It even has a blogging feature within it if you want to really work more on that outside sharing. But I mean, I think you can see students are able to see each other's work. They're able to give it hearts. They're able to comment on it. Comments that, remember, are all approved by the teacher. But it's just a really important environment and a place for them to share their learning with their classmates inside the classroom. And this is another way that we're using Seesaw. My classroom has a radio show, a classroom podcast that we do, and so I have my students listening to a lot of different podcasts and radio shows, and this was a a podcast we were listening to about the International Space Station. And so within Seesaw, it has a drawing feature. And so the students were drawing and using some visual art to document their learning from what they were learning from the ISS. And then later they could go back in and give that a title. It also has an audio feature, so students can play that and play back and list the things that they were learning. So I get a really good, it's kind of a really enriched assessment for me to use that in a really educational way. And so also the neat feature with Seesaw is that I can print this out. So I can print this picture out. It comes with a little QR code in the corner. And so I hang that up in the classroom, and when we have visitors or people wandering inside and outside the classroom, they can QR code that and then be able to hear Carter share about his knowledge and the things that he's learned about the International Space Station. So it's a really neat way for us to share with each other, to have a place to store the information that we're doing, to build on classroom community. I'm really impressed with this Seesaw app, and I find ways to use it all the time. Here's another presentation tool that we use where we take those pictures that we have stored in our camera roll. I had mentioned earlier that my students have recently finished up their passion projects. We worked for about a month where students could dive in deep. I had students learning how to play the guitar, how to do ballet, how to code, how to make things out of toilet paper rolls. And all along the way, they were documenting their learning using their camera app. And so at the end, they had an assignment where they had to pick one of our apps and find a way to present that information of what they had learned to the classroom. And so a lot of them, several of them, chose Shadow Puppet, which was actually created by the same people that created Seesaw. I think they created this Shadow Puppet first. And it's just a really easy, free presentation tool for students they add their photos into it, and then they can go through their photos and they can record and talk about what they have learned. They can add some, stars and pointers and describe that learning. I usually have my students take about 5 pictures and share that as kind of a 5 photo story to share their learning. So Shadow Puppet's a really neat presentation tool. Here's an example of Anastasia's project. She was creating toilet paper roll projects. She created an iPhone holder for me, and then she narrated it. All these links, if you'll go to these links, are live, and so later you can go back in and actually see Anastasia's project using Shadow Puppet. All right, we talked about doing research for all of these different projects that we're doing in the classroom, and this is YouTube for Kids. I think we all know that students love YouTube and they love watching, but I think we also know that there is a lot of things that can distract our students, and maybe a lot of things that we don't necessarily want them to see. So we have really enjoyed using YouTube for Kids. And like I said earlier, I am finding ways that we can use these apps for the learning process to make and create, and not just to consume information. But we use YouTube for Kids as a lot of our research information gathering. As well as our classroom webpage, where I will go out and find links of specific places that I want them to go. But this is the app that we use a lot. I had a student that was really into Minecraft, and he had played Minecraft a lot, but he wanted to learn more about redstone and more about creating his own skins and skin decks. So for his passion project, he spent time researching all of these different techniques that he wanted to learn about Minecraft. And so that was a really interesting thing. A lot of my students love to draw, and so during their passion projects, and I'm using passion projects is really like our Maker Studio time. Passion projects is just a really more specific individual thing that they have chosen to do during Maker Studio time. So I'm kind of using those two terms interchangeably. I'm really talking about the same time and the same model. But I had a lot of students that really wanted to learn to draw, and there are some fabulous drawing tutorials on YouTube, and so they were able to learn how to draw anime and learn how to draw their favorite characters. A lot of them were into drawing superheroes, and so they were using YouTube for kids and then building their own drawing portfolios. Coding, I think, everybody knows and is inundated right now with the need for getting our kids to code. And so we have, probably 4 or 5 coding apps that my students play around with. And a lot of times some of this is just a big sandbox where students have done just a lot of experimenting. But the Foos is one app. It's put out by CodeSpark. They're the same people that, sponsor the coding challenges and the 1 great hour of code. So the Foos is it's engaging, it's fun, it's problem solving, it easily gets them to creating their own games. I have one student, Kenneth, who is a big gamer, and he just was really drawn to the Foos. It puts him through a series of tutorials, but it's it's constantly updated with new challenges and new things for them to learn. And I always tell my kids, look, I am not an expert in coding. You guys have to be the experts. You guys have to learn how to do this. And so they spend a lot of time becoming the experts in this. This is a video that Kenneth created. It's on our YouTube channel, which you can get to through our classroom webpage. And it's actually one of my the most viewed videos on our YouTube channel, but it's Kenneth describing the game that he has created in the Foos while he's playing and creating the game. Outstanding. Kenneth is the expert on the Foos, and so when kids are in that app, then they are able to go to Kenneth to get help. And I think that's really important to remember as teachers, is that we do not have to be the expert on all of these things, but what our job is to create an environment that's open for learning and then give the kids the ability to become the experts and then to learn from each other. And so we do a lot of coding together as a classroom in some very specific ways, but these apps, some of these allow them that exploration to really get in and dive a little deeper with that. Another app is Scratch Junior, put out by MIT Learning Labs, and so this is awesome. It's a block-based coding. It is the junior version, but I'm using it with my 3rd and 4th graders, and they're consumed with it. We have spent a lot of time in the sandbox of playing, and so a lot of my students had opportunities just to explore and play with Scratch Junior. A few months ago, I wanted to get into some more specific coding challenges, and so again, I am not the master coder. I am not the expert on coding. So what I did as a teacher is I went out and searched for some short video tutorials, usually done by other teachers, on specific things that I wanted them to learn. And so I went out and I found these short videos, which we would watch together and pause and build and watch and pause and build and create the code. Whether it was one of the first things we did, we were studying fractions at the time, and we created a fraction game. And then I would take that video and I would flip it into their Seesaw as a link, so then after we had done it as a class, then they could go back and watch that video again and begin to build their own project. So we built that together. I think the thing that I've learned most with, especially when I'm doing specific things with the apps that I want the kids to do specifically, is to break it down into smaller pieces and stretch it out over a longer period of time. I think too often as teachers we see this big project and we kind of rush that process. It's the process of learning that is so important, but Scratch Junior's been awesome. Also, which is really exciting because I am here with PBS, is that PBS has a Scratch Junior app. And so after working with the Scratch Junior app, we jumped in and started using the Scratch Junior PBS app, where they were able to take characters from their favorite PBS shows like Wild Kratts or Nature Cat or Word Girl, and then they began creating games and stories based on their favorite characters, and that was really challenging and fun for the students. But we had already been through a series of problem-solving, tutorials and videos with that. Ooh, this is a fun one. Green screen by Doing. I cannot tell you how much fun we have had with that. In one of those first initial pictures of our Maker Studio, you saw our ginormous green screen. And if you're interested in actually getting the full kit, it came with the lights, it came with that green screen, and those resources are on our classroom webpage, classroom.shelleyfryer.com. You don't have to have a fancy kit. You can kick it old school and go get the dollar store green tablecloth or so shower curtain, yeah. And so you could do that, but we have a lot of fun with that the kit. So we hung it in our Maker Studio space, and it was really valuable because the kids were making and creating, and then they would go over to the green screen and they would sit in front of it and they would tell about what they had created. Or in one case, I had a group of students that were going around and interviewing their classmates on what they were creating, and then they would go back, they would take their pictures, and so they would throw the still pictures. So the Do Ink app is really friendly. It is not a free app. It is a charge, but it's a small one. I think it's $2.99. So it's very forgiving, it's very simple, it's very intuitive. You can add video into it, you can add still pictures into it, you can move things around, you can maximize, you can minimize. It has a chroma key, so you can kind of make some simple adjustments. But so we use it to document our learning in the Maker Studio. I've seen teachers, highlighting vocabulary with that. We use it to build thank you cards. My students love Star Wars, and so one day we had all the Star Wars people come and in their Star Wars costumes, and so we took a big picture and made a big thank you card. So just a lot of neat ways to use green screen. Here is one way that we used it and we were studying Martin Luther King and his speech, and we had written our I Have a Dream speeches. And so it's about the time that we had gotten the green screen. And so thanks to some of the PBS resources, we had gone on this virtual field trip of the Lincoln Memorial. So we went in and we took a picture of the Lincoln Memorial, and then we threw it in the background with the green screen, and then the students were able to stand at the podium and give their speeches, their I Have a Dream speeches right there. And so what an amazing way to take the things that we're doing in our classroom and to make and create and then share that. All of those, there's a shortened link when several of the projects kind of smash together, but then also on our YouTube channel you can see some of the full projects there where they're sharing their dreams for themselves and their families and their futures. And just one of the ways we're using that in a maker's way. I guess there's one of the links. I think this is the shortened link. So if you get these slides, you can go to that link and see that project. Whoa, hovercraft. Okay, so it's late in the year. My students are spending a lot of time making and creating. I usually save this hovercraft for the very end of the year because it's one of those things that the kids get so consumed with. Hovercraft is an app. And it allows for them to create their own vehicles in a 3D digital design space. So they're moving it all around, and they have to add thrusters and they have to have balance. It's really great for the engineering design process because they have to create something and then they test it and they race it. My students get pretty excited. These are some of the vehicles that they're creating and saving and racing each other. They love to see their work up on the smartboard, and so at any given time when they're doing hovercraft on the smartboard, I can see up to 9 students building, making, and creating and racing each other. When something crashes and they want to go back in and change it and reiterate it, But I warn you, this is one of those things that students need a lot of time to explore, because they don't want to get off of this app once they get on. That's kind of the ways, and I kind of save it till the end. It's a pretty consuming app. But man, I mean, a great way for them to explore that 3D digital design space. We talked a little bit earlier about GarageBand. This is not something that I usually do with the whole class. It's always available to the students who are really interested in that. But for his passion project, I had one student that was really interested in drumming, and so he was creating his own percussion and drumming tracks in that. There wasn't a way to save that audio file into our camera roll, so we had to do a little app smashing with this one, so in order for him to be able to share that out with a picture. And so we used a free app called Voice Record Pro. It's pretty powerful for a free app, and I turn off a lot of things, but it allowed us to take his audio, put it into Voice Record Pro, and then be able to add a picture onto that so that he could share it. So here it is. Here is Lucas, and he has created something in GarageBand, and he can listen to that, and then I can put it in his portfolio. Again, this portfolio in Seesaw becomes the place where students curate all of the things that they're making and creating. And then later, if we need to go back and share that out, whether in a kid blog or out in another format, this is kind of our holding place for that. iMovie is another, I don't necessarily do this with the whole class, but it is available to all of the students. I have a student for her passion project. She spent a month learning about photography, so she had collected just a huge amount of photos. We spent some time with Parks and Focus. It's a nonprofit that gets students out into our local parks and teaches them photography skills. We had been studying about Oklahoma history, and so we had been on several field trips, and she was taking a lot of pictures to highlight her Oklahoma history. She was learning about macro photography, micro photography, perspective, just really diving deep with her mentor. She and her mentor would go around our school and take pictures. We were learning geometry, parallel lines, and things, so she was pulling in a lot of geometry with that. And so, you know, iMovie Trailers is a perfect place if you have a lot of pictures. She didn't do any movies, but I sat down with her in kind of a one-on-one situation and showed her how easy it was to add in her pictures, talking about landscapes and group shots and close-up shots. So again, she was learning a lot of photography language with that. And so she was able to easily add her pictures in, and I showed her how to change the words so that it highlighted what she was learning about photography, what she had learned about Oklahoma. So iMovie Trailer. And this is it. It is on our classroom YouTube channel if you want to go in and watch that. Absolutely fabulous work. She did have some one-on-one tutorials with me, but it's easy enough for her once I kind of showed her the workflow in that. And definitely a great way to showcase her learning. Lego Movie Maker. This is another one of those apps my kids were just fascinated with. And so we spent a lot of time in our Maker's time building and making with Legos. You know, just spilling all the Legos on the floor, doing design challenges, making houses, making vehicles, making cars. My kids just spend a lot of time with Legos, and then we introduced the Lego Movie Maker, and they spend a lot of time just kind of playing around with it. I encourage with all of these apps to give your students a lot of time just to be in the sandbox and make and create on their own before you try to make it a classroom lesson. Again, I am not an expert on stop motion movie making, and so what I did at that point as the teacher to set up that environment was to go on YouTube myself and find other people that were, other teachers that had developed stop motion challenges. And so I found a couple, and we kind of started with learning how to make a vehicle move across the the game board or the play space. And then we learned on how to make people and little minifigures move. And then we learned some special effect techniques. So we took these all in bits and pieces throughout a few days in our Maker Studio. I would take those same videos, I usually limit it to about 1.5 to 3 minutes, and flip them into their Seesaw so that they could always go back and refer to them and create some Lego movies. I have one student that really got into this, and this is one of the vehicles that he had created, and you can go back and watch his stop motion movie. A lot of these, they don't have audio. Since we had been using green screen, some of them were even challenged with that blue board in the back. You don't have to, you can change it to blue as well. And so some of them were going back in and actually adding background pictures to some of their Lego movies. All right, Opinion app. This is an app that I don't have on my student iPads, but I actually have on my phone. But we use this to create our classroom radio show, and we started first thing. This has been one of the most powerful apps that we do together as a class to build classroom community. We usually do it at the end of the day. In our closing meeting, we're kind of tying up our day. We do so many fabulous and fun things. We have great classroom visitors, and so it's really good to have a way to reflect on our learning. And then it's been great for fluency skills. Students have had to learn to speak and complete sentences. They've been able to, they have to plan. They do the lead-ins for the show. We have a script that they follow. But it's a really neat app that I do right on my iPhone. And we have my iPhone. We create it in there. I've shown the kids how we can go back in and easily edit those. This is us in a closing meeting. Anastasia over here has written the script, so it has kind of today is March the 7th, and in room 108, our question for the day was, and then students each develop their response to that. So the responses aren't scripted, but the question of the day is, and we all have the opportunity, my name is Antonia, and today I learned in Oklahoma history that the Oklahoma state flower is the Indian blanket. So we're reflecting back. They're developing fluency skills. They always have the opportunity to pass if they need to. They know that if they mess up, it's not a problem. They know that we can go back in and edit that. So it's just been something, it's been a great way for us to not only share out our learning with a larger community, because I usually always tweet those out, but it's also a way for us just to reflect, and sometimes we even go back and we listen to the old ones when we miss our friends, because you get to hear your friends that aren't with us anymore, and that's just a neat way to continue to have that classroom community. Book creator. Not only did we do passion projects this year, but I always do a big Black History project where we're using, like I said, YouTube Kids to do research. Now that's not the only resource that we use, but it is one, because in their research they had to have a video element, they also had to have a web page element, and they also had to have a book that they were using to collect information for their Black History projects. So we use Book Creator a lot to document our learning. So specifically on our Black History projects, if you'll go into our classroom YouTube channel, you can see those. The neat thing about Book Creator is it allows you to save to your camera roll. And so when you save that to your camera roll, and then it exports as a video. And so then I take those videos and I'm able to share them out on our classroom YouTube channel. But also they can save that into iBooks, so that is an enhanced ebook. So with that, they, let's see if I have an example of one. Yeah, here is a example of Anastasia's project on astronaut Mae Jemison. And so we were using different apps to collect pictures that are something I didn't put in here, but a web page that we use is called Photos for Class, to get pictures that are already safe to use. They have attribution built in, and so my students know how to go out and search for attribution pictures. So we're trying to teach them, responsible sharing on that. But with the Book Creator, they're able to create books, to add pictures, to create their own text. They learn about giving it a title and giving it a name. They can add audio to each one of those so they read in their student voice. This was huge when I did my parent-teacher conferences. I was able to show in their Seesaw portfolio examples of their students' voice, learning about Mae Jemison or Ralph Ellison, or we were trying to pick inspiration. Benjamin Banneker, who was one of the first scientists. So really a neat way to share, and it becomes a video, so it's really neat to share out, but to have those books and those book collections inside their portfolio so they can go back and read each other's books as well. All right, so I have a Maker's Challenge for you. Your Maker's Challenge from this workshop is to go into your classroom and find out ways that students are making and creating. You know, that might be with just your blocks and your Legos. It doesn't have to be with an app. I mean, it could be with an app. So I just challenge you to take some pictures of your students learning, of your students making, save that into the camera roll, and then make a photo collage of that learning. And then share that out to Twitter with the hashtag Global Makers Day. It can be in any form that you have. So I really challenge you to get into your classroom. You're already makers. Teachers are natural makers. Students are natural makers. And so what you need to do is just go in and document that and then share that out, because we want to see, just by a simple picture tells a story of what's going on in a classroom. So it's team building, it's activity. And so we have, gosh, we have about 10 minutes. I was faster this time than I've practiced before. So if anybody has any questions that they'd like to ask.
Can you share the link to your presentation?
Yeah.
All right.
Okay, we're back. Okay, so the question was, would I talk more about getting students to collaborate and work together in projects in the classroom? I think that's a really valuable question. I teach at a school for homeless children, and that doesn't necessarily come naturally to them. So I've covered a lot of iPad apps, but I don't necessarily start at the beginning of the year with all of the iPad apps. In our Maker Studio time, which we usually have about 3 times a week, it's in the afternoon. It's usually from 1 to 2 o'clock in the afternoon. And so for about the first 6 weeks, we're just making and creating with the things that we have in the classroom. So we have blocks, and we have Legos, and we have different building things, cubelets, and Connects, and Zoobs, and I mean, I have a whole list of just, you know, I guess, manipulatives, you know, that teachers have in the classroom. And so we spend time working in groups of 2 and 3, building and making, talking about positive language, how do you work together, how do you give compliments, and then we shift and work in different groups. So, so community building definitely is a major part of my classroom. You know, we start in morning meeting. So I feel like I'm teaching the kids to work in groups and cooperatively throughout the whole year. I don't know if it has to do with Maker Studio, but one of the huge things that I did in my classroom this year is ditch the desks. So I actually got rid of all student desks in my classroom, and I created learning spaces for them. So we have like a kitchen table, and we have a coffee table, and we have places where the students can sit in high bar seating, or they can so, you know, building classroom community is important all the time, and it's mostly important too when we're beginning to build. So that's just a process that we do all year long, and eventually when we are using our apps and using then they already have that culture of working together and cooperating built into their everyday life, and so it's not as an important thing when we're actually doing it in the Maker Studio. So I would just say it's something we work on from day one, is, you know, building community within our classroom.
do you think about sharing iPads versus students having their own?
You know, I had this discussion with my husband earlier today. All right, so the question is, what do I think about sharing iPads? Yes, we are a one-to-one iPad school, but I was just discussing with my husband earlier today. I could do this with one. I could do this with my teacher iPad. Oops.
It's okay.
Is that it? Or I could do it with 3 or 5. I think it was great for students to share, especially if you have like a digital portfolio like Seesaw. Seesaw makes it really easy to be able to share and store. And then I haven't even looked at the new Apple sharing and the way that they're building that into the classroom. And so definitely I think shared iPads would definitely work with any of these things. Hey, you have a camera roll, right? So you can save a lot of pictures to the camera roll.
All right, let's kind of summarize and wrap up.
All right, so don't forget your design challenges. Don't forget the teacher is not the expert. You are the person that sets up the learning environment for your classroom. Let your kids be the experts. Let them dive in deep and let them teach each other. You don't have to know how to do all of these things in order to make it work in your classroom. So I challenge you to don't be afraid to make and create, and your kids will love it, and you will definitely see the value and that opportunity to design and make.
Thanks.
Thank you very much. Yay!
Okay. So, you want to start?
Hello, my name is Sean Webb.
And my name is Nancy Pinchep. We are at Sheck Khalil Community School in North Miami Beach, Florida. And a couple of years ago, we were looking at something fun to do, and I was at FETC, and I saw a lot of maker stuff. And I came back, and I asked Shalom Lev, would you like to start a maker club? So he's going to tell you today about his maker club and about some of the things that he has done with his club. So you want to start with your Pac-Man game?
Okay.
And Shalom Lev's in 4th grade.
Pac-Man. This is my game I made. I made it out of puzzle pieces.
So we found a puzzle that someone was throwing away.
We don't want to waste.
Yeah, we can't waste anything.
Ghost, we got everything.
So that was one of our experiments that we did, and we're going to share with you our presentation in 1 second here. Present. Cool. Let's see. All right, so we're going to share our screen with you. Share. We're going to go. Here we go. So this is our presentation for you about Maker Club. If you would like to have any of the information that we share with you today, you can go to my website, www.nancypinchev.com, and all of that is there. Click on the Global Maker Day tab, and you'll see this presentation and more information. So here's our challenge to you. We want you to find something that you can recycle or reuse, some household items that you have around the house that you don't use anymore, and figure out how you can solve a problem in the world. So that's what Shalom Lev did with his Pac-Man game. The problem was?
People are very into wasting stuff. Not that they want to, but that they do it anyway.
Yeah. So we wanted to find a way to reuse stuff. So if people are bored, they can reuse something and make a Pac-Man game. So when you make your game or whatever it is that you make, tweet it out to Global Maker Day, hashtag Global Maker Day, and you can also tag me in it at Pinchavable, and we'd love to see what you've made and share it with other people as well. All right. So why did we start Maker Moments with Shalom Lev? Well, it started in Boys Steaming It Up Club.
That was before the year before I started doing it. I just came there because I could and I did. And I started, then I found out about Maker for the first time.
And tell them what you made the first time.
I made a catapult using a broken car. And I also did it with a magnifying glass. And it moved it. So that was really simple, but that's how I started, and it was really cool.
And I've taken his project with me to ISTE and to FETC and lots of other conferences that I've gone to since then. And so it kind of fell apart. So we have to put it back together now. So that's why we didn't bring it with us today to show you. So what do we do in Maker Moments Club?
We ask kids to come to, if they want to make stuff that they can, so they can learn.
So what kind of things have you made?
We've made a solar system for our AR challenges. We've made animations for the school. We've made the Pac-Man game, as you have seen. And that's the virtual light using. And also, I one day stumbled across Makey.
And tell us what you made with that.
I made a video game console thing.
And what did we do?
We played Mario.
Was it fun?
I think everyone enjoyed it.
So I have a question. When we come to Maker Club, do we have an idea in mind every time we come about what we want to make? Or do we just...
Not necessarily. It's both ways.
Mm-hmm.
You can do it both ways, where they can decide, I can decide, or we just haven't chosen yet, but it's all fun.
So we have a maker wall where we have lots of stuff on it. And sometimes when the group comes in, they'll just look at the wall and say, here's what I want to make today. And sometimes when they walk in, I have an idea, or Shalom Lev has an idea that we want to share. And I have been out a couple of times when we had Maker Club. So what I did was, if you look at the top left picture there, I left a challenge for them. So their challenge this time was to make a ping pong ball maze. So this is what they were able to create. They could use anything in the room, and this is what they had. Now, on the other side, you see Shalom Lev's brother, Avihai.
Yeah.
Tell what Avihai made that day.
He made, I think it's an egg thing that you try and destroy, but it's broken, but he tried.
But that was his point, was to break it, right?
Yes.
That's what he wanted to do. So he made an egg that you could hit on a chair or anything else and try to, and your job was to try to break it. So that's what he made.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So we talked about the solar system. So we had an AR challenge that was Out of This World books, and they started at, what did you start? The moon, and you took off and went to each planet. So we actually had two clubs that worked on this. We had a second grade reading club and then Shalom Lev's Maker Club that came together and made the pieces and painted them and made a huge mess in the room and had a great time doing it. And then we put it all together on our wall so that everybody could see. And it was phenomenal. We didn't know exactly what it was going to look like. They told me what they wanted me to buy. So I went to the store and bought the styrofoam and the stars and the paint. And then they came together to make it. The Rings of Saturn was a plate, right, from the lunchroom. We went and got a plate out of the lunchroom and added that on. So everything that we do doesn't necessarily have a plan. And that's something that you really have to understand with Maker, is that there's not always, it's not going to work to a plan. You can have a plan, but it may not be there. It may not work quite right like you want it to. And that's okay. So sometimes we have a plan. This week they came in and decided, last week they came in and decided they wanted to build a bridge. So they did it. I sit there and take pictures and tweet it out later. But I really don't have much to do with that. That's their job. Be there and have a space for them and take the pictures for them. I'm their paparazzi.
I want to add on to that. That bridge could hold a kid. It was amazing.
It was a pretty good bridge. It's still intact. We put 7 books, and the books ended up falling over because we started with a smaller book. So the bridge is still intact. It's still in the room. We may have to work on it again this week when you come in tomorrow. Yeah. All right. So next is when we meet.
Wednesday.
So Shalom Lev picked Wednesday morning as his meeting time. They come in before school. We start at 7:35 with the clubs. School starts at 8 o'clock. So from 7:35 to 7:55, they come in and they can make. Does everybody have to make what your group is making, or can they make their own thing?
It's better to work together. So far, no one's been no one's been doing their own things, that they've all been with me doing it, but they can do it if they want.
So why is it better to work together?
Teamwork is very important for making things, especially Maker, and it just comes out much better doing it with each other, teamwork.
Okay. So one of the other projects that Shalom Love worked on that he came up with, he came in with an idea about animation that he had learned how to make at home, and he wanted to teach other people. So he came in and he created his own animation challenge. But we use a lot of the animations that he creates in Maker Club for our morning news. So it's just another way that we can integrate what he's doing and show everybody else and get other people excited. How many people do you have come?
Around, not the biggest, around 2, 3, 4.
I think the most we had was probably about 8.
Yeah,
And that's a good number because too many makes it hard to work with.
Really, really hard for me mostly.
So you could do it as an after-school club or before-school club. I also did a Maker unit. I'm presenting this afternoon at 3 o'clock on our Maker unit that we did as a school with the whole grade level, 3rd through 5th, all did Maker. So come back then and you can find out more, or go to my website, nancypinchev.com, and you can find out more there about the school-wide one. Do you think it could be a lunch group, maybe? So one of our counselors does lunch bunch, and she pulls certain kids out to eat lunch with her and talk. So could we do it as a lunch bunch, maybe?
I wouldn't suggest it because food and making, not a lot of time.
Yeah, so maybe that's not the best one to do at lunch. But you
No.
could do it whenever it works for you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So now I tend to spend a lot of money of my own on school supplies and buying things for our Maker and our media room, and I love robots, so I end up buying all the robots I can find too. So one of the things that we did this year was try to find a way to buy more stuff and to have it ready. So we looked and we found a grant from TERRA, the Technology Education Resource and Redesign Alliance, and they looked to try to take recycling to a new level. So what we did was we applied and we came up with the title Making It New Again, and we were able to get money from them to fund our Maker wall and to buy stuff. So Shalom Lev, how much money did we get?
$1,800.
We got $1,800, and we had the best time shopping. We bought robots, Ollie, the
Yes.
Spiro Ollie. We got BB-8.
Yes.
We got all kinds of like construction paper and paint and lots of things like that as well.
And is it used up now?
We spent all the money, but a lot of the stuff we still have. So that's why we bought some of the things like the robots and stuff, so that we would still be able to use it and keep using it for a while. So we didn't have to run out of things. So we bought reusable things. We also bought something that we haven't used yet, a button maker that we're going to introduce soon, that each kid can make their own buttons, and we can even make buttons and sell them to raise more money for our Maker wall. That was one of our ideas to keep funding it. What else did we do to get supplies?
What's the question again?
What else did we do to get supplies? Like the toilet paper rolls and the toy cars and things. How did we get all of that?
We asked our school, everyone.
Mhm.
They all chipped in, and now we have a lot.
Yep. So we asked parents if you have any broken toys or broken electronics, and we asked teachers as well. So one of the things that we got a couple of years ago when we did it the first time, when I asked for the broken things, was a teapot. It was an electric teapot that one of our teachers had, and the button had broken off, so it didn't work anymore. So we took that and I said, what can you make with this? So we actually made a animal habitat. And they had the teapot, and they cut the electric cord off, and they put a magnifying glass on the top, and it doesn't cover up the whole top, so you can drop in leaves or parts of a plant and an animal, and then you can watch it up close in its habitat. So that was one of the things that we made that was environmental, so we could watch animals and reuse stuff instead of just filling up our landfills with things. So now we have our whole Maker wall from the grant and from parents giving us things. So the parents really like that too, because some kids don't want to get rid of their toys. But if they say we're giving it to Miss Pinchot for the maker wall, then it becomes okay. So we got tons of remote control cars, and some of them work and some of them don't. We even had a remote control boat. And so we were able to take all of that and reuse it and put it to a different use. Any other ideas of how to get supplies for your maker wall?
What I do made me ask teachers
For what?
for things that they have lying around that they don't need.
Mhm.
Maybe school supplies that they already used, like glue sticks, which they waste a lot, which get thrown in the garbage a lot. They can use that for maker.
So the tubes from the glue sticks?
Yeah,
Oh, what can we make from that?
maybe like a gun.
Like a toy gun? You know, I was thinking that like those things that hang, the noise makers that hang down, we could paint them and turn them into like a wind chime. Oh, we have to see if we can do that now. Write that down.
Yeah.
Wind chime glue stick. Okay. All right, so next. So who is involved in your maker club?
The people are involved. My brother, my friend's sister, and another friend.
Okay.
And people around the school who want to just join.
Okay. So our school is very different. We're a private school. We have 18-month-olds through 12th grade. So what grade levels would you have you invited to come and join us?
I would have K through 5th grade.
Okay. Why not the babies? Your brother's in pre-K 4. Why couldn't he come?
I just think it won't go well.
Yeah, because maybe he would eat our stuff, right? You put it
No,
in his
no,
mouth?
no,
Not
no.
your brother, but
The other one.
yeah. Oh, the baby, yeah. So could we invite the middle school or high school?
This is good for just our age. So, because they already have their own. Because we need our own. It's
Okay.
best by ourselves.
All right. So the pictures that you see here are our bridge challenge. And then we also put up on our doors these signs warning people that when they come in, that this is a maker zone. And you're going to get excited and you're going to want to make something. And you might end up doing it at home too, because that's what several parents have come back and said to us, is that, you know, the kids started something at school and then they came home and they wanted to keep making it. And so they had to give them all the, they used all the aluminum foil in the house. And so what are we supposed to do? So maker is very exciting and it's messy. That's something else that you have to consider. It's not a very clean thing, right?
I know that.
We clean up after ourselves, but it's still a messy process when you're in the middle of making something big and you have to have storage and you have to keep it safe. So that's something you have to consider with maker.
Yes.
Yes. So we have some ideas here for you to get more information about maker and where you can find things. So on Twitter, there are some amazing people who post about their maker spaces and different grade level maker spaces. Diana Rendina is amazing. She's in Florida and she has a makerspace. She has a blog called Renovated Learning, I believe is what it is. If you follow her on Twitter, she tweets out all of her blog posts and all of her stuff and all the things that her students do. They have things like a whiteboard wall where the kids write things. They have a Lego wall that I would love to create. Wouldn't that be amazing? On the back wall, you just put the green, the whole big sheets of Legos, and then you make stuff on the wall.
Yes.
I think that needs to be our next project. Don't you think so?
Yes.
Yes. Yes. Yes. And then you see Geeky Teacher there. And Chrissy is there as well. All of these people have amazing maker space things that they can share with you. On the left-hand side, you see a couple of different conferences where I know that maker will be under discussion. ST4T is in Clearwater, Florida this summer, June 16th and 17th, I believe. You can follow them on Twitter at ST4T event, I believe, and then you can go to their website that's there. ISTE is June 26th to 29th. There are a lot of makerspace topics on their schedule already. Last year they had a lot of birds of a feather, where anybody who was interested came to this one spot and sat and talked about it. So I would highly suggest that you attend a conference or follow the hashtag for the conference so you can learn more about it. Last year, I believe Diana Redina was at ISTE sharing her makerspace at one of the poster sessions. I will be sharing our student-led clubs, including Shalom Lev's Maker Club, at a poster session at ISTE as well. Make is the magazine, Make Zine. You can click on the link if you pull up the presentation. You can click on that or search Make Zine. It's a magazine for makers, and they have tons and tons and tons of information about makers, because makers are everywhere. We had in Fort Lauderdale a maker club that just closed down. They're, I believe, trying to open another one in Miami soon, where everybody came. They had glass blowing. They had gaming. They had all kinds of different topics that they went over, and it was just phenomenal the amount of stuff you could do there. But sadly, there were zoning issues, and so they ended up having to close their space, and they're looking hopefully to open something else soon. On Twitter is my greatest source of professional development, and I search Twitter and tweet out anything that I can find on something, because someone else may need to someone else may need to know that information too. So search for the hashtag maker and the hashtag maker ed, and you'll find a lot of stuff there. Yes, sir?
I was on Twitter.
You were on Twitter. What was your, oh, yes. So one of our challenges that we did, a maker challenge that we did for reading, was to do a book selfie to advertise a book that you loved and you thought other people should read. So Shalom Lev created he created his, what did you create? His book selfie on, what was it on?
It was on a lot of Dan Gutman's books.
Oh, that's right, Dan Gutman's books. So I tweeted out Shalom Lev's book selfies that he took to Dan Gutman, and he loved them and asked if he could use them. So Dan Gutman used Shalom Lev's pictures that he had created. He put them on his Facebook page, and they were on Twitter as well, so that other people could see his amazing work, right?
Yes.
Yes. And Shalom Lev's also on Twitter with our Accelerated Reader Challenge, because he's also he's a 2 million word reader so far this year. He's doing really well with that. So anything else that you want to tell them right now?
Make.
So let's say that you are a teacher.
Yes.
Okay. And you are teaching science about animals, and you wanted your kids to make something about animals and science. What are some things that you could give them, and what are some of the things that maybe you could make?
I would give them natural parts of leaves, maybe sticks, anything natural, so they can make maybe collages.
So, I like that. So I'm formulating an idea. So if we were studying camouflage and we put in the sticks and the leaves, then we could put in a picture of the animal and make it meet the camouflage so it camouflages itself, right?
Mm-hmm.
So this year, every year, our fourth grade goes to St. Augustine and tours the history of Florida through St. Augustine. And one of the projects they do when they get back is a fort project. Can you tell us about the fort and making of the forts?
So you take stuff from your house, like boxes, cardboard, anything that you might need to make a fort, and then you make it. Mine was called Fort Peace, and it was really good.
And so these forts can become huge, huge things. The dads come in sometimes to help, right?
Yeah.
So dads come in and help. Next year, what we're looking at doing is taking it a step farther. So we're looking at seeing if we can look and find actual measurements of actual forts. So you tell me what you think about this, okay? Because she's hearing it for the first time. We're going to find actual forts, find the measurements, and then we're going to design on paper a fort that meets those measurements. So we have to figure out if this is 19 feet, how big can we put it on the paper and all that. Then we're going to transform that into a 3D design and print it 3D.
With a 3D printer?
Yes. And then we're going to take that and try to make the fort out of the recyclables and stuff using our 3D design, then turn that into a bigger design, a big fort. You love that? So you'll have to come down and help us with it, right, next year?
Yeah.
Because you'll be in 5th grade.
I want to do it, but I'm in 4th grade now.
Yeah, well, next year you can be my assistant. You're already my assistant. We'll find something for 5th grade for next year. How about that? So anything that you're teaching, you can find a connection with Maker. One of the things that a lot of people have said that I've heard about Maker is, when do I fit it in? How do I make this happen? Because I'm already teaching this. How can I make it work? Well, if you're teaching life cycles, you make something about life cycles. We've all seen the plate where they make the butterfly life cycle out of the pasta. Did you do that in 2nd grade, I think? No? Well, a lot of people do that. That's simple. That's something you can do, and that's Maker. You can integrate Maker into any one of your classes simply. If they're doing a book report, don't have them write it down. Instead, they make something, like
That's
a movie.
Yeah.
They can make an animation. They can make a any kind of movie. They can become the character and act it out. Instead of writing it down, make something for it. And Maker can be anything. It can be as simple as you want it to be, or it can be as big as you want it to be, right? So let's think about science. What's something that you learned in science this year?
Rocks and minerals.
So what could you make with rocks and minerals?
Maybe make something. Maybe, I don't know. Do something.
Could you have a collection? Could you label all the rocks and minerals that you collect?
Yeah.
Could you take rocks and minerals that you collect and make them into artwork?
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah. That would be taking what you have and turning it into more, right? Because you could do a simple rock collection, right? That would be easy. But you could also take it and take it a step further and make artwork with your rock collection.
Art, everything goes with me.
Yeah. What about math? What could we make for math?
A number person.
Okay.
That's also
Like the gallon man. Do you know the gallon man? Gallon man. If you're doing measurements, a lot of times they'll give you the cutouts, and you cut out and you make the gallon man. So you learn how many cups are in a gallon and how many quarts and all that. So you could do gallon man. That's Maker. That's something a lot of people already do. That's Maker. A lot of things that is Maker you already do. You just don't put that name on it. So math. What if, let's say we're kindergarten. Shalom Love's grandmother teaches kindergarten here. So let's say we have kindergarten and we want to start working on number sense, and we have marbles. What can we make out of that?
Ooh, I have a good idea.
Okay, what?
Like a ramp that they go down, and then they go into different ones, so it sorts them into groups about how big they are, so it can go into different chutes.
And then you have to count the ones that are
in each.
Yeah.
And like stuff like that, they'd rather do that than boring work.
Then count pictures on a piece of paper, right? So I'm writing this down because I like that idea. So it was a marble chute that sorts, and then you count. Great idea. So social studies. We talked about the fort. I know in 2nd grade they study about communities. How could we do a Maker project about a community?
We can build our community.
Okay, out of what?
Maybe you can take your school and try and build it out of cardboard.
So we would build a cardboard school. What could we label?
Make it everything miniature.
You're making a miniature version of the school, and you would label what?
Different classes,
Okay.
How it impacts economy, everything.
So how does a school impact economy?
Matters which type.
Okay.
People get money from uniforms, from food, everything.
Yeah. So yeah. So we could replicate the school. What about like a community where you live? How could we make something about a community where you live? What's in a community? There's the police, right?
Mhm.
So we could locate the police station. We could build a model community. Maybe not one that they live in, but one they would like to live in. So what would you put in your model community that you would like to live in?
An ice cream store,
Okay.
not a Macy's, a Lego store, and
Would you have a playground?
no.
So you don't want a playground, but what about one of your brothers or your friends or neighbors?
Oh, no, I want a field, not a playground.
A field. Okay. So just a wide open. Okay. So how could you make that? How could you make it if you were creating it? What would you use for the field?
I would use green paper.
Okay.
I would use real grass.
Okay.
I would do anything. I don't know.
Okay. So let's think of something else. What else could we make? What's a book that you read that you love?
Harry Potter.
Yeah. So tell them about your Harry Potter project that you did for the Monopoly Challenge last year.
What was it?
You had to create a character. It's still in the library, remember? You made Harry Potter out of clay.
Oh, that's Aura.
That's your, oh, I thought
That's
that was
my cousin.
his cousin made it. Sorry. So tell us what Aura made for Harry Potter.
She took clay and she turned it into. I was going to help, but then that was a problem.
So you could take clay and make your characters.
Yes.
And then with your claymation, with animation, you could do what?
Make an animation, claymation, doing spells. Awesome.
Of the book. You could reenact some of the stories in the book.
That's an idea.
Could you make your own story with that too?
Yeah, if you want.
So you can make everywhere. I suggest this summer that maybe you send a challenge out to parents to let them know about the ways that their kids can make stuff.
Wait.
Yes, sir.
School during summer for homework. I'm not saying maybe instead of worksheets they can do something like that.
Yeah, so instead of sending home a packet over the summer, because we do summer work, we send home stuff that the kids have to do over the summer. So instead of sending home worksheets for them to
You
practice,
can do something fun.
they could read their book and do something with their book. They could do something with math, maybe.
They can do something that they don't usually do instead of work, which is always my favorite. I don't like to do a lot of work, but I'm good at it.
So can you learn from doing this? Even though it's fun, is it still learning?
Yes.
Yes. All right. So Shalom Lev has to go take a math test now.
Do it?
Yeah. Go.
Okay.
Thank you. So I just want to impress upon you that Maker is one of the greatest things I've ever done as a teacher. It was a new thing that we had started with the club, and we wanted to fill it out some more and see how it would work in the classroom. And it has been phenomenal. Shalom Lev is a very talented young man, and he has taken this on and has run with it as a leader at our school. He was always interested in learning. He always has a book in his hand, but when you give him something else to do with it, it became phenomenal for him, for me as a teacher. All of our students who participated in our Maker unit in grades 3 through 5, all of them talked about how cool it was that they got to decide what they wanted to make, that they got to decide how much they were going to do. They got to decide everything about their project. And some of their projects, once they got them put together, did not work. And that was okay. They decided it didn't work. Let's see what we can do differently now. So they changed things. We had several kids who made zip lines. And one of them made it out of a burlap rope. And they realized no matter how far up they put one side from the other, that rope that they used, I think it was a hemp rope, that it caught the thing that was going down and it wouldn't slide. So they had to figure out a better way to make it happen. And then we had another group in that same class that used a wire. So their cup that they were using to slide down was zipping down that zip line. So they went to the other group and said, what did you do? Why is yours working? So then they start working together to look at it and figure out how to fix it. Maker is phenomenal for getting kids to open up. Shalom Lev, with his friends, is very talkative, but with most people is very quiet. Today he presented to everybody online because he was so excited, because he loves this. I went to him when I first saw this and I said, would you like to do this? Would you like to present with me? And immediately he said yes. Immediately. And so then I asked his mom and dad if it was okay. And I asked his teachers if he could come out of class for a little while. And they all said, yes, 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 if he wants to do it. He has taken on Maker as his personal journey. And this is something he fully believes in. He wants to put it into the classrooms, not just doing it in my class, but in the media classroom, but in all classes. So that's what we're looking at, to see what we can do, how we can expand it, and how Maker can become more a part of every classroom, because it does give a voice to everybody. Not everybody does the greatest on their test. Not everybody stands up in front of a classroom and gives a great speech. But if you let them make something to show what they're learning and let them be open with it, and not say, if you give, as a teacher, if you give a project and you get 21 of the same things back, then what are they learning? But if you say, show me the fort that we studied, and they get to decide how they want to do it, they can use technology, they can use paper and pencil, they can use boxes, then it becomes something more. And that's what Maker has done for us. It's taken us to a new level. It's something more. I fully encourage you to read and do some research. There's tons of information online. There's lots of people who are experts. This is our first year. I am by no way an expert, but I follow those people who I can find so I can see what they're doing and see the amazing stuff. And they have tools that I will never have, but I can do what I can with what I do have. This year we didn't have a 3D printer. Next year we are getting a 3D printer. So we'll be exploring that and seeing how we can put it into our classroom and make things with it. And it's going to be amazing. And I don't know how to use a 3D printer. I didn't know how to make an animated movie when Shalom Lev brought it to me. I don't know how to do a lot of things, and I don't have to know, and that's okay, because the kids will figure it out. And anytime they ask me with any of the apps that we use, with anything that we do, and I'll go, I don't know. And they're like, but you're my teacher. But I don't know everything. Go figure it out and then come tell me. And then I let them teach the class on how to do stuff. It's empowering students. It's giving them that choice, giving them that voice where they are part of the learning process. If you let them take over their learning, they're going to be more engaged. If you encourage them to do more, I had kids at our Maker unit who finished in 2 weeks, and it was a 6-week unit. And I said, that's okay. What else can you do to it? Is that all it does? Is that it? And so they continued, and they would push themselves and end up with some amazing things. We have brand new school uniform shirts that several of our students created that they would like to see. So I'm presenting those to our administration. Are they going to choose them? Maybe not. And that's what I told the kids. We can't make people do what we want them to do, but if we show them everything that we have, then maybe something great will happen. So that's what Maker's done for us. If you have any questions, I would love to answer them for you. I'm going to click on that now. If you have any questions, just let me know. And we'll be glad to connect with you online. Be glad to join your PLN on Twitter. I would love to meet more people and make connections. And if you have anything to share with me, please do. We also have a virtual Maker Museum that you can visit and see what it's about. You can go to my website, www.nancypenchev.com, and you'll see a link there to the virtual Maker Museum. It's NancyPenchev, nancypenchev.com. And there's a link under the Global Maker Day for the I'm trying to talk and manage this at the same time. Here we go. Screen share. So if you go to the Global Makers, if you go to my webpage, nancypenchev.com, and then go to Global Makerspace, you will see Shalom Lev's presentation is here that he created for what he just shared with you. And then here is the presentation I'm doing this afternoon at 3 with the Maker Unit plans and our virtual Maker Museum. And for this Maker Unit, the kids were able to create anything that they wanted to create. It was completely up to them. Next year when we do Maker, we're going to give them guidelines because we're going to integrate it into what they're learning. So for kindergarten, first and second, they are going to be studying plants and animals during the year. So their Maker project is going to be about plants and animals. We'll guide them and kind of push them a little bit towards what we want them to do, which is we're looking at possibly a habitat. We have a butterfly garden now. So we're looking at maybe improving the butterfly garden, or even possibly taking and making a new space for some aquatic animals. So we'll look and see if we can go that direction. If the kids want to do something else, then we'll go in a different direction. But their Maker project will be about plants and animals, something they learned in science. So that we're showing them that it's not leaving your class to come to media to do a fun thing. It's encouraging both teachers and students to do fun things in their class. So thank you very much. I'm finishing up a little bit early. Thank you very much, and I hope you have a great day. And again, if you have any questions, please let me know. Our challenge to you is to take something that you found around your house and make it into something that you can solve a problem in the world. So take something that you find around your house and recycle it or reuse it to solve a problem in the world. So think about that. If you have old buckets, if you have toilet paper rolls, what could you do? Take a picture of it, tweet it out to Global Maker Day, tag me in it if you can at Penchavable, and then we'll see what everybody made. And I'm really excited to see what happens with our sharing. Thank you so much, and I hope you have a great day.
Okay, everybody, well, welcome to my presentation here on Making Miracles with a Surprising Tool to connect students campus-wide. So I am very excited here. My name is Melinda Forward, and I am from the We All Have a Voice organization. I'm a National Board Certified teacher, and I'm going to share with you today how that little pink thank you on my desk from a year ago turned into an entire program where this week 3,000 students are actually being involved in our 1,000 Thank You project. So this week alone, and you guys have the opportunity to join as well. I'm the executive director of the School Culture Project and the We All Have Voice Campus Empowerment Program. And what we're about is using student voice to actually create positive change in schools. And this is our 1,000 Thank You Challenge, which I'm here to talk to you about today. But we also have other school culture projects that are really, really cool. And our role is to help students and schools actually implement these projects. So we're real hands-on, and I'm going to show you some step-by-step projects to make that happen, in this one today specifically. I'd like you to think about just for a second what you're thankful for. Keep that in mind as we move along. School culture, who we are, what we do, and what do we expect. And right now we are talking about what can we do to shift school culture and have it be a really positive place where everybody feels like awesome, where we're not feeling sad or depressed or anxious, but we're feeling really, really great. How do we build a grateful school culture? Well, we practice gratitude. That's all there is to it. We just practice. Today, I'm going to talk about how you can practice gratitude and bring it to your school. One simple tool today to make the greatest possible positive change for your school community. And I'd like to know if you're ready to make miracles, supply some paper, crayons, markers, creativity. That's all you need. Something to write on and something to write with. 1,000 Thank You Challenge. That is what you are beginning today with your very first thank you. Why? We want to build gratitude, focus on the positive, stop and connect with people, acknowledge others for making a difference in our lives. And we don't necessarily do all of these things enough, and it can really shift our schools and our experience in our schools. So what good is gratitude? More likely to get higher grades, have better behavior in schools, actually live longer, to develop good habits, bond with our local community, and have fewer stress-related illnesses. And this is a real big thing for schools because we have like 60% of our absences in schools are actually related to stress and anxiety. And if we can overcome that with gratitude and positivity, that would be a great thing because we have to be in school to actually be successful. And more than importantly than anything, that will have more satisfying relationships. Right now, I'm going to give you a chance to practice gratitude. So here we go. How about you? For whom are you thankful and why are you thankful? For this person. Before you said what you're thankful for, and I'm not sure, it'd be interesting to know how many of you said that you were thankful for a person. Right now you get a chance to do that. I'm going to give you a couple of quick minutes, and I'd like you to write a thank you note to someone, and most importantly, explain why you are thankful to that person. Let me give you just a couple of minutes. Have you start now. Okay, that was about a minute and a half, but that is a note that you can come back to. So hold on to it and keep it close. Today I'm introducing in your challenge, which is Global Maker Day, right? And we're out here to challenge schools, is to take the 1,000 Thank You Challenge, which is to create handwritten thank you notes, 1,000 in 10 days or less. Now we have a second challenge that is 10-minute thank you challenge. That's really, really fun too. And I've done both at my school with great, great success. How does this work? Gather supplies, which you did just a little bit ago. You created a thank you note for a person you know, explaining why you were thanking this person. Tally your thank you. On my website, weallavoice.org, you can download tally sheets. They're already just like this one that's in the corner here, and you can put the date, May 17th, 2016, put your name. You've written one, and you have a total of 1. You are on your way to 1,000 thank yous. The next thing you'll do is deliver, and you'll repeat this as many times as possible. Now, a school I want to share a story real quickly and show you that this challenge is really adaptable. So no matter what situation you're in, you can actually make this work for your community. The Bronx After School Programs, they have taken on the challenge after hearing about it in Atlanta, Georgia when I was presenting for ASCD. They've actually set the goal for 2,000 thank yous in 10 days or less. And their youth council's actually organizing, coordinating this between 10 after-school programs. So we have a very non-traditional school here situation, and they are actually doing this between their entire after-school community. Now they've really organized this in a cool way, and they have decided that every child will write 3 thank you notes. One will be from chosen child to child, Second, an appointed program person to thank, someone organizing the after-school program. And the third one, the unnoticed. Firefighters, school nurse, lunch lady, principals, paramedics, security, custodians. That list can go on. And I really like that they included that in an actual structured, guided way, because it makes us think about those people who may not be the first on our list to be grateful for, but they impact our lives in huge, huge ways. And that's something that I wanted to share with you. So this school right now, this week, they are actually in the process of creating 2,000 handwritten thank you notes. As we're sitting here, gratitude is being shared. Another school, Route 66 Elementary School in Edgewood, New Mexico. I got an update from them yesterday that they have created 842 thank you notes in just 3 days. And they have a 10-day challenge going on. I can't even imagine. I bet by today they have over 1,000. And they have decided, their youth council has decided that they are going to do a gratitude celebration the very last day of school. So they're taking this to a whole other level. And it's really going to be amazing to hear the stories. But the excitement in these teacher sponsors' voice and emails is just incredible. And my goal is that as many schools as possible have this experience. And that's what I'm here to share with you today. And you've already started. It's your turn. You've already started. Are you going to continue to act? Because action changes things. And it changes people, not just things. And we have a lot of power in our communications and our giving gratitude. If your school would like to make miracles in May, sign up today for the 1,000 Thank You Challenge. I am going to give you a website that will give you access to everything you need, and also free lesson plans, as well as you can get on our weekly email list, and we'll send you out resources every week that will help you actually apply the challenge at your school. Now, take a screenshot of this. Global Maker Day feedback surveys online. It actually will be online in about an hour or so. Feedback survey, weallhaveavoice.org. You can look for Global Maker Day 2016. It's a link right at the top on the home page. When you complete the survey, you'll get a free step-by-step plan and all the support you need to make Miracles in May with us. My goal is to make this happen for you, not just be here today, but to be here in the future as you go along. Next, this was 1 year ago in May 2015. One of my seniors gave me that pink thank you note. Today, 1 year later, you'll see that it's a 1,000 thank you challenge. Over 3,000 thank yous have already been shared. Now there's another 3,000 going on this week, and now you have the opportunity to join us as well. So one thank you note from a senior of mine a year ago has inspired a whole movement to share gratitude in schools, to spread joy, and to change lives. This thank you has changed my life in more ways than I can ever imagine. So what we'd love for you to do is to tweet your thank yous to #GlobalMakerDay. Now in the future, please, please, please get those out and share those with us so we can see what you are doing to create positivity, new types of engagement, to spread gratitude, and to make miracles. This will really, really happen. I am so committed and dedicated to helping schools make this happen in their school that I'm here. This is my husband, Thomas, and together we're a team as the directors of the We All Have a Voice Campus Empowerment Program. And I'm so happy to have been with you today. It's been a privilege, and I actually look even more forward to helping you implement this in your school. So please contact me. Contact us, Building School Culture, and we have so many programs that we'll be able to find one that'll fit your school and what you need, or we can design a special program. You can design a special program, a special project to make really amazing change happen in your school. So please contact us, weallhaveavoice.org. We have all sorts of free resources for you. I look forward to hearing from you today. Again, join the Global Maker Challenge. to write 1,000 handwritten thank you notes in 10 days or less. And why is this? I'm realistic. I expect miracles. And what we expect is what's going to happen. So thank you so much for joining me today. And I look forward to working with all of you in the future as you step out, use your voice, positive change in schools. Best wishes for much, much success. It's Belinda Forward signing out for today. Talk to you soon.
Okay, great. So basically, this is going to be all about making a robot. We're going to talk about how you can do basically some of the background of how you would go about actually creating a robot that would actually do something. We can scribble stuff up on paper and have kind of ideas of kind of more abstract about how a robot would work. But we actually make robots. That's kind of what we do. I've got the greatest job in the world. I make robots all day long. And we've got our own little maker shop here where we make robots. We design stuff. We think the stuff up from the idea all the way through designing it to actually producing it. We actually have our own equipment right here in our shop to produce it. And we go all the way through to the end process of actually selling it out the other end. So it's a great experience. And so I want to talk kind of the idea about how we go through that process and kind of empower the viewers to get creative and maybe start thinking that direction on their own. So my background, I didn't go to school for any of this. I didn't, it's not like I went through a lot of formal education in it or anything. I'm more of just kind of a tinkerer myself, and I'm mostly self-taught using open source materials that were on the internet. I started back in about 2006, 2007. I was actually a photographer, and I started playing with the camera flashes, and I wanted to come up with a better way for them to talk to each other. And they have a way to talk to each other with a light signal, but it doesn't work very well. And so I had the idea to create a radio bridge for that. And I thought, well, that would make my job easier. And the problem was I didn't have anything about electronics. I tinkered with car stereos years and years ago, but beyond that, I didn't really know electronics. So I started in it, and it was just kind of a pet project I did. I would work on it for a while and fail and work on it and fail. And, I'd solve one little problem and then I'd find another problem. And, but eventually I kind of taught myself enough to actually get the system working. And we ended up kind of turning it into a business, and it worked out really well for a few years. But I always wanted to get back into doing robots. Robots always excited me from the time I was a kid. And so we moved away from doing that, and this is kind of what we do now. But back then there wasn't a lot of open source material. It was, the stuff that was out there was really technical, and so it was a lot of trial and error. I would just get parts, I would hook them together on a breadboard, smoke would come off of them, so I knew that I had them hooked up wrong. So I would, it was just trial and error. But now there is so much open source material out there that, anything you could think of that you want to make, you can probably go within a few hours and find the pieces and parts that you need to cobble it together and actually make it work on your desk. So. And then as far as the business aspect of it, the way we got started in that was all through crowdfunding through Kickstarter. So we didn't have to go out and find money other places or anything. So for makers who are thinking about, they make something fun to play with, and then they say, well, maybe I turn this into an actual product. That's a pathway to go and do that, to see if, if the crowd likes it, and, if they want to support it. It's a good way to get started, that sort of thing. So this is our shop. This is a picture from upstairs up in our shop. This is my makerspace, and yep, this is where we do it all. We have a production machine over here in the corner where we actually manufacture all the parts onto the circuit boards. We've got, I don't know if you can see my mouse pointer or not, but there's a desk right here. This is our full-time employee, Justin, and he's over assembling some Wink robots right now. And we've got little production areas around here and here. This is my big messy workspace right here where I come up with all kinds of stuff and play with things and all that. But the whole purpose that I wanted to do with going along with the talk today was, I just wrote up a quick little thing here, was to challenge you to start learning about how robots actually work, and to start learning some of the basic electronics and how to write some simple programs with code. And with kind of understanding that, you'll then be able to start, actually making your own robots and electronics-based maker projects that actually work. I'm sure that you guys have been to maker fairs and you see people come in with these cool little creations that have a circuit board and wires, and that might be kind of maybe intimidating to people that haven't really gotten into that before, but it's not really that hard. So it's my encouragement to try to get into, start thinking about how this sort of thing would actually work. So we've got a challenge for you. So the challenge during the presentation here is to design your own line following or light seeking robot. And for this, what we're talking about is something really simple, just kind of just a sketch on a piece of paper. Of course, we're not going to actually design up the actual electronics for it or anything. But in thinking about how you would make an actual robot that you could drive around that would seek after light or follow a line or something like that. At the very basis, you're going to need 2 motors. And so you're going to need 2 motors and some kind of a wheel or some sort of a drive mechanism on the end of each motor. And the reason that we have 2 motors is so that the robot can steer. If you run the motors at different speeds, you can make the robot turn. You're going to need to think of a power source, and this is kind of a key part of the design, is that you need to have your power source large enough to control to drive your wheels. So if you have big giant wheels, you're going to need a bigger power source. Some sort of a body to hold the parts together, and then at least 2 sensors, because you're going to need to be able to measure light coming from one direction or another, or you're going to need to be able to see on either side of a line that you're following. And then you're going to need some kind of a control circuit. And you're not actually going to make a circuit, but maybe just draw a little square on your robot where the control system will be, because you need to have some way to actually hook these sensors together with the motors. At the end, go ahead and tweet what you come up with to us, and we'll be glad to check them out. And we might even randomly pick one to send one of our robots to for your makerspace. So we're interested to see what you come up with there. So I wanted to go through kind of the basic process that we use when we actually make a robot, and it's kind of 2 major parts. There's the initial brainstorm where we have a robot design idea, and it usually just comes up when we're chatting around the shop. And we've got all kinds of ideas that are floating around out there. But the gist of it is you really need to think about, what's the robot going to do? Are we going to make this thing just for fun? If it's more of a serious application, maybe it's an industrial robot that's going to drive around and carry heavy parts around a factory or something like that. Obviously, you need to have some kind of a concept of what you're going to build before you can build it. And the next thing is the key limitations. You can, of course, draw a robot that is any size, and it has superhuman strength and everything, but when it comes to actually building the thing, you need to really get practical about it and take into account the actual physical limitations of the thing that you're going to build. So a key one is size, because smaller things are lower cost, they need less power, all the parts are smaller, but of course they can't haul around as much weight. So you need to kind of take into that into account, is how big or small do you want the thing to be. Then that's going to directly drive the power requirements, and that's something we might not think a lot about. If you draw, if you've ever drawn up a robot, you probably didn't draw the power supply that goes along with that robot. And that's a real key limiting factor, because batteries are big, they're heavy, they can be expensive to buy, and that's really that was the main limiting factor with getting electric vehicles on the road, was how in the world do we power these things. And then of course there's the cost. And if you're just making one of them and you're making it for your own pet creation and you're just going to go all out on it, then cost might not be so much of an issue. But if you're going to share it with other people or sell it to a factory that's going to use it in some way, you've got to consider that you need to keep the cost low enough that it's actually affordable for the people that are going to actually use it. So once you kind of have those together, it's kind of like you just kind of gel all these ideas together. Then you can start moving on to the actual process of making the thing. Let's see, what's my challenge here. Okay, so back to our challenge. I'll just get you started on that, and then we'll keep on kind of talking on what we're talking about here. So you're going to design on paper a robot that you could actually make with small parts that are laying around. You could also design a robot that needs larger parts that you might want to build in the future. So maybe you want to dream big and think of, a big, huge robot that would do a similar thing. And your robot's going to do a simple function. It'll either seek a light or follow a line. And again, keep in mind the power source. That big wheel or big motors need bigger power sources. And with little tiny motors, you can drive them with really small sources and even little solar cells. There's little solar cell robots that people have made called beam robots, BEAM if you ever want to look it up. And they're these little teeny tiny robots that just run on nothing but a solar cell, and they're pretty interesting. So The robots that we actually make are, we've got a Wink robot and a Ringo robot. And on our Wink robot, we can follow lines with it, and we can also seek light with it. This is the picture of the front end of the robot. On the top side, there's the top side on the left and the bottom side on the right. Just to give you an idea of where you'll draw these sorts of things on the robots that you guys draw up. There's light sensors on the top here, and if there's a light sensor that points to the left and a light sensor that points to the right, you can measure the amount of light that's falling on those two light sensors, and you can drive the wheels accordingly. So I've got a picture here for you in one of our guides that I was going to share right here. Let me zoom in so you can see this real good. So this is a drawing of how the robot actually moves around. And you can see on the picture on the left, and you can kind of imagine this working, is that if one motor, if the left motor is running slower than the right motor, then it's going to tend to turn towards the left. And the opposite's true with the other side. So if you wanted to seek light, if you measure the left light sensor and there's more light on the left side, you can either slow down the left motor or you can speed up the right motor, and that will naturally make the robot turn and drive towards that light. And so you can have them follow a flashlight around or whatever. And the similar thing happens with the line sensors. On the right side, we have 4 sensors. Your robot that you're going to draw up is only going to have 2. It works fine with 2 sensors also. And basically, you do pretty much the same thing. You have it measure how much brightness is coming off the paper. And if there's more on one side, then you turn the motors accordingly, and it will naturally kind of bounce back and forth with the line tracking right down the center of the robot there. All right, we'll go back to... Okay, so we're going to go back on these 2 robots. I'm just going to kind of take you through the process that we went through when designing the robots that we actually make. Let me see if I can figure, how do I get rid of screen sharing and go back to the camera now? Let's see if I can figure that out. Screen sharing. All right, I think it's back to me now. Can someone confirm that you're actually seeing me in the camera now? Here, I'm going to get up this other slide just in case you can't see me. So anyway, when we first started coming up with this idea, the limitations of it was really the amount of weight that you could haul around with these little tiny pager motors. I'm hoping you can see what I'm holding up, but if not, you can probably see on my screen that they're these little tiny little pager motors, and they don't even have a wheel on the end of them. The shaft actually comes down and it contacts the surface that the robot drives around on, and it actually gets that robot moving around pretty quickly. It doesn't really even need a wheel. It just works fine just with the shafts. But there's obviously some limitation there because you can only carry around so much weight with these little tiny motors. If you keep putting more and more mass and weight on this thing, eventually it's going to bog it down and it's just not going to drive anywhere. So the first thing we did was figure out how much mass we could really carry around with these motors. And that was the one I'm holding up right here, or if you're still seeing my screen, it's the one on the right, the Ringo robot. And that's about as big as we can get and have him still be fairly nimble when he's driving around. And once we had our basic size and we said, well, this is all the space we have to work with, and we can't just go make it bigger because now we have to make bigger motors, bigger batteries, bigger everything. So once we had the space, then we packed it out with as many sensors and smarts as we could. And so there's all kinds of stuff on here. There's like an accelerometer and a gyroscope, and it can sense lines and light and everything. They can talk to each other with little coded signals back and forth with light. And so the idea here was that I was kind of making this more for myself and for my kids. And the idea was just to pack as much stuff on there as you possibly could, so you can do a lot of different interesting stuff with it. And that was just kind of the purpose of the whole thing. And then with our other robot, the next robot, we went smaller with this one. And this was more kind of purpose-driven to be able to teach basic written code. So we put enough sensors and interesting things on there to be able to do some fun, interesting things, but we left off some of the more complex and more costly parts to keep the cost down and everything. So that's where we went through. Back to our notes here. Let me see if I can go back to sharing the screen again. Okay, I think we're back to screen now. So that solves basically the first step of this, is what is this thing going to do, and also what are the key limitations of it. So we've already determined that we need to have it within a certain size. We knew that we wanted to use a battery of a certain size, and we didn't want to have to go any bigger than that. So that was kind of our limiting factors that were all put together. So then it comes along to the part of actually designing this thing up and actually going through the process of how do you actually make the thing now that you've got this kind of fuzzy idea in your mind of what the thing might be. So what I always start off doing is sketching in a notebook, and I just carry along a notebook all the time. And let me get back up. I was going to put up a picture of it, but it didn't happen. Let me turn this share off here. Okay, so this is, I think you're seeing me. So this is my notebook, and I'm going to try and get it to where you guys can see at least something on the page there. And this is pretty much what all the pages in my notebook look like. Sometimes there's little sketches, sometimes there's like fragments of circuits. And what I'm doing here is I'll go through, and I don't really know what I'm creating yet at this point. This is real kind of abstract and kind of, well, I might be able to make the circuit this way, or no, that's not going to work, or maybe it's a better way to do it this way. And sometimes I'll draw up like little sketches of what the robot actually might look like. I'm not a very good artist, so I have a hard time drawing what it's actually going to look like. My drawings of the robots are pretty crude. But I think it's a good idea if you're into, being, the maker type, is to get a notebook and carry it around. And so that way, whenever you have an idea for some silly little thing you're going to make, then you can scribble it out, and you can keep going back to that same design, and you can keep improving it over time. And that's really the first step, because you can't really, physically put the time into actually designing something and building it until you know kind of what you're really trying to build. And it's a lot easier to just scratch something out in your notebook than to put a lot of time into actually designing a circuit, or designing, really putting time into making the thing on the computer and then realizing, oh, that's not really going to work, and then you're back to the drawing board. So yeah, I love my notebook. I take it everywhere. And we'll go back to the screen. See how we are for time here. All right, we're moving right along. I'm hoping to have a little bit of time at the end for some questions and answer too. So once we get done with the notebook, make sure I am sharing my screen here. Yep. So once we get the concept in the notebook, we're going to identify that we need certain things, like, okay, we need motors. And so then it's like, well, you have to go actually pick real parts now. You need to go find motors someplace, and those might be motors from a toy that you've taken apart that you just have laying there. There might be a special kind of motor, and when you start looking for them, you'll probably find different sources for them, and eventually you need to dial it in on having actual motors that you're going to use. And that goes for all the other parts too. Like, oh, I know that I need a battery, but what battery? You need to actually put your hands on a battery at some point so that you can actually start putting it together. Once you have your parts in mind, the next thing is to do small scale tests and proof of concepts on anything that you haven't done before. And so for us, with our little robots, we took some little chunks of circuit board material, and we just cut them out, and we just stuck the motors to them. And we didn't have a clip or anything to hold the motors in, so we just took some double-sided tape and some little bits of metal that we had laying around, and we just bent them over the top of the frame, and then we stuck the motors to them. And then I just soldered the motors up to a little AAA battery. And I just put the whole mass on the ground just to see if it would drive around. With the amount of power we were going to put into it, was it enough to really drive these motors at the size that we wanted to do? And it's important to do that, because otherwise we'd go through all the trouble to design this thing up and put all this time into it, and then we try to drive it, and we would maybe realize that it's just too heavy and it doesn't drive or whatever. There's all kinds of ways you can do that. You can use breadboards for like electronics parts, or you can get like little modules for electronics that are already kind of pre-made to do something. Like if you want it to, you have an idea for something that uses a microphone, you can actually get a little microphone board and hook it up and see if it actually works the way you think it does before you start going kind of all out on the design. And the next thing I do, you would think we would go straight to electronics at that point, but we actually go to more the physical design of it. And you can do this by doing drawings in your notebook, but like I said, I'm not very good at being an artist. So I try to do everything in the computer. That allows me to have a lot more control over exactly what things are doing, exactly how the parts are interacting with each other, and basically just coming up the physical size of it and making sure that all the parts I want to use actually fit together. And we spend a lot of time in this process. This program is called SolidWorks. It's kind of the industry standard for designing these sorts of things, anything solid. It's a great name for the program. But there are other free and open source options available. I'm not real familiar with those, but if you do a little bit of looking for like free or open source 3D design or 3D CAD or whatever, you'll find some. I think Google even makes a product. It slips my mind what the name of it is right now, but you can do this sorts of thing yourself without spending a lot of money on expensive software. So we'll get to this point, and I already know what motors I'm going to use, so I've got the motors selected, and we draw up a model, and we make a model of a motor. Each one of these pieces are actually defined separately, so like I can open up the motor all by itself, and so this is just the motor. So we'll go into our software and we'll design up the actual exact physical size of the motor, and then once we go back into our other drawing, we can actually include all the parts together. So this is going to prove that everything fits. And what it's also going to do is it's going to show this is the amount of space that we have for a circuit board now. This model right here for the circuit board is going to actually go into our electronics software, and we're going to use this thing to actually create our circuits on. And then back to our slides. Okay, working up the schematic. So that we use another software for it. And this is our schematic design software. This is where we actually take all the components and we figure out how all those little electrical connections are going to actually hook together. And this can be really simple or it can be really complicated depending on how involved the robot's going to be. And before we can actually, these little squares, every one of these parts right here represents a certain part on the robot. And this is actually the brain of the robot. And this square right here, it doesn't look like, obviously you're not going to stick a square like this on the circuit board. It represents an actual part that you're going to stick down. So we design up these footprints also, and this represents the thing that's going to actually get stuck down onto the circuit board. And these pins are all numbered. And every part comes with a data sheet, so you can look at the data sheet and figure out what the numbering of the pins matches and what function they do. And you match them together on the part, and then once you get them all matched together, you can actually start to draw all the lines and connections together. And so at this point, we haven't thought about how we're actually going to lay the parts out. We're just thinking about like the logical connections. Like I know that I want to have this particular pin on the processor have a connection to one of the buttons. And once we get done with all of that, we start actually laying out the circuit board itself. And oh, I forgot to mention this software to do the schematic part of it is this software we use is called Altium. It's pretty expensive. It's used kind of more in industry, but there are free and open source versions available. There's a software called EagleCAD, which is very common in the open source world. Pretty much anything you find that's open source designs out there, it's all done in EagleCAD. And you can just Google for that. It's not too hard to learn. So if you do want to come up with your own circuits and make your own circuit boards, EagleCAD is where you want to go. It won't cost you anything, and there's a ton of support for it out there. So back to the actual circuit board. There we go. So this is the actual board once it's all done. And these are different layers in the board. There's actually 2 layers that are inside the board and 1 on the outside. There's the top layer, the bottom layer, and there's 2 layers inside. And all these little traces in here are all of our electrical connections that we created in our schematic. And you can make something that's really complicated with lots of layers and a ton of stuff on there, or it can be just as simple as just a couple of traces on one layer of the board to connect a couple of components together. And so once we get this all laid out, let me show you one more thing in here quick. That'll clean it up a little bit. So the software is smart enough to know that, for example, this pad of this certain part, this is the light sensor on the front, we drew a line between that and some other items on our schematic. And the software is smart enough to say you need to connect this pad up here to this pin on the processor down here. When you highlight it, you can see the trace that I drew for it. And so when you're just starting to lay things out, it'll tell you you need to connect this pad to this thing down here. And then it becomes kind of a puzzle solving operation where you figure out how do you get the electrical connections to go from here to down to here to where they need to be. And again, this is obviously probably not the first thing you're going to design up. You're going to start with something a lot simpler than this. But when it gets a little more complex, this is basically how it all works together. And so once you got this thing together, now it's time to actually get an actual circuit board made up that you can actually build your robot out of. And to do that, you may or may not know this, but the way a circuit board is actually ordered is you take this board and you slice it into a bunch of individual layers that kind of like almost lay on top of each other, almost like transparencies. And you send all those to the company that makes the actual circuit board, and that's what they use to make the board from. And I'm going to show you what a couple of those look like. Again, I said there was different layers on the board. And oh, come on, go on for me here. So this is a picture of just the top layer. So this is all the copper that's on the top layer of the circuit board. And so they're going to take this picture and they're going to use this. You can zoom in and see all the little detail there. And they're going to use that to create the actual layer on the board. And see, there's the outline layer. Oh, no, that's the overlay. That's the print that you see on top of it. And there's the outline of it. And so all these are all in different files. And when you send this collection of files to, they call it the board house, which is the company that actually makes the board, they put it into their system, lay them all together, and they figure it all out from there. And they actually cut out and etch your circuit board and send it back to you. And if you actually do that on your own, I would highly recommend a company called Osh Park. They are really great people. It's probably the least expensive way to get little circuit boards made. You pay for it by the square inch, and it's a really low cost. I can't remember what it is, but it's like low cost. It takes about 2 to 3 weeks to get them back. They're located right here in Portland, so they're right here local to us, and we've met them a few times. They're really great people. And basically what you do is you take those files that I just told you about and you send them off to Osh Park, and they gather up your circuit board along with circuit boards from a whole bunch of other people, and they put them together in one big panel, and they have them made all at once, and they break them out and send them back to you. And I don't know the exact cost, but I recently had a 4-layer board made that was maybe 3 square inches, and it was like $30 to get 3 of them, and that included the shipping. So that's really good compared to what I usually have paid for boards in the past. And so that's a great way to get a little board to do whatever you want with. And so after we go back to our list here. We lay out the circuit board, the prototype boards. And then of course it comes back and then we actually build the thing up. So we'll get our board back and we'll actually solder the parts together. And that's when that's kind of what you would consider your first prototype or whatever, to actually put the parts together. See, where are we for time? We're only 30 minutes in. Can I maybe open it up for, I don't know how I would take questions, but can I maybe open up for questions of some sort? There's plenty more that I could share, so if there's more, anybody has any more specific questions about whether that's getting started building your own little small robot, if you actually want to get into like this whole robotics thing, or more specifics about how we do our process or whatever. I'm trying to see if there's, I'm not seeing any type of a, wait. Oh, I found the Q&A button, I think. Currently, the presentation be available. Could you show us your projects in the room? Maybe walk us around. Oh, okay. I don't know if I can actually walk around with the camera. We have, just look around on my desk here. What I can show you. This is a project we actually have on Kickstarter right now, called the Plumduino. I'm looking for the other half of it right now. My desk is usually a mess. You can always tell how busy I am based on how the cleanliness of my desk. If everything is really nice and clean and organized, it means I haven't been working. And when I get really into something, it's just there's stuff everywhere. Hey Justin, you know where the other half of the, oh, there it is. There it is. So this is a product we have. This is something we have going on Kickstarter right now. This is not a robot, but it's more of a learn the basics of these little computer controller boards to kind of enable like the idea of getting into the whole electronics thing. We have I'm working on another project right now that's going to involve a Raspberry Pi. So I've got a Raspberry Pi sitting here. We have, let me see if I can kind of point you around without making everyone seasick. So over there, that's our production machine. Here's our whiteboard. This is a key part. Let me see if I can aim this thing. So this is a key part of what we do. We wipe this whiteboard down and come up with ideas on it all the time. And most of our ideas we don't really do anything with because, you know, it takes time to actually, you know, put an idea together and then put the whole Kickstarter together and then fulfill it and all that. So we don't really get to do all the stuff we have ideas for. But that's our production machine over there. There's Justin. He's working on Wink robots right now, I believe. And over here behind me, this is our test bench. This is where we load software onto them. That's actually, I've got a couple of power supplies that I was playing with. I was powering the Raspberry Pi with these power supplies the other day, and on the other side of them, kind of messy over there, but that's where we actually load the software onto the Wink and Ringo robots before testing them. We've got a bench a little bit further beyond it that has a small mill on it, and it's got some drill presses and some basic hand tools. And so if we need to actually make up a part, you know, if I need a piece of metal bent a certain way or whatever, that's where we'll make it. And then in the far back is just our production area. And when we get really busy, like whenever we finish a Kickstarter or whatever, there's usually quite a few units to fulfill. And so we will a lot of times have 4 or 5, 6 guys working back there all at once. And they go through and they'll do, our machine puts all the little surface mount parts on the board. So all these little teeny tiny little parts that are on here. I don't know if you're gonna be able to see that. You've seen circuit boards before, you know about the little small parts I'm talking about. So the machine puts all those parts on there, and then, but the through-hole stuff, like the stuff that needs to actually be physically like hooked on and soldered on and everything, our machine can't just put those on. So we have the guys physically put that together, and that's what Justin's actually working on over there right now. We've got our upstairs, which is, I don't know if I can get up there. That's like our storage area up there. And so, yeah. You see if I can see some or find some other little prototypey things that I have laying around. I've got guts and parts from a couple old camera flashes that I tore apart. And the reason, I'll tell you this story. The reason that I tore these things apart was, well, like most of you probably, when you have old electronics that don't work anymore, the best thing to do is take them apart and hold on to the parts because you never know when you're going to do something interesting with them. And we're working up our third robot right now, and it's going to be a little more involved, and there's a couple pieces that need to connect together. And believe it or not, connecting between 2 circuit boards is actually a really challenging thing. You can hook up wires, but you know, if you're going to do, you know, one board, it's easy to hook up some wires between the connections and be done with it. But if you're going to plan on making a bunch of them, it's not really practical to have somebody sit there and solder wire connections back and forth to all the boards. So you need to come up with some sort of a connector between them. And believe it or not, connectors can be kind of hard to find. They can be expensive. They can be hard to source. So what I like to do, being that, you know, I never really had anybody come along and say, this is the connector to use for this. I tend to look at other electronics, and you'll start to see the same sorts of connectors over and over. And like this one, it's called a flat flexible connector. It's basically just a flat ribbon, and it sticks into this little part on the board here. And they also have these connectors, which I find in electronics all the time. I don't know if you can see that, but it's a very small connector, and it's got really fine wires that come out of it, and it's really smooth to get it in and out of there. And I have seen this size of connector on so many small bits and pieces I've taken apart. So this is obviously kind of an industry standard thing now. And so it was a challenge, but I went through and started digging around, and I eventually figured out what these connectors are actually called. Their sizing, their pitch, they call it, which is how far apart the pins are from each other. And so you kind of did a research project to figure out what these things actually are. And once I dialed in on that, I could start actually looking for actual parts that I could buy for our next prototype. So, that was a solution for the connectors. So that's what I was doing. A lot of times it's, you don't know so much, you don't learn so much about how the electronics work, but I like to study production electronics and see how they're actually made. For example, like on the back of this one, there's this trace right here. You might be able to see it. It's got a little more silver on it than the others. And that's because they left the solder mask off of it so that it got coated with an extra layer of silver. And that's because that trace carries a lot more current than all the rest. So that was kind of an interesting way that they solved the problem. Instead of having a big heavy wire connect from here to there, they just made a little bit more solder added to the trace, which kind of thickened it up a little bit so it can carry more current. And like, I probably wouldn't have thought to do that, but when you take apart electronics and you see that that's what they did, you're like, oh, that's a pretty smart way to do that. You see how they actually orient things. You see kind of their logic as far as, like, this is obviously more of a controller board. There's little tiny test points all over it. So that when they designed this, the idea was, let's put all the more the controllery parts all on one board, and then the stuff that carries the heavier electricity of the flash, we'll put that on a different board, and then they join together. They've got another one of these board connectors that join together. What else we have? We've got about 20 minutes left. The last one just popped up right in my screen. There's another one down the side here. I don't know if whole time. I think I'm seeing comments over here from the past presenters. Oh, there we go. What inspired me to do what I do? Well, I guess I always just like tinkering around. I think I'm probably an awful lot like all the people that are watching this, that you just see all this interesting stuff that you can do. And I've always been just interested in tinkering. Like I said at the beginning, when I got into the whole like making electronics area, I was a different kind of artist. I was a photographer. So I've always been kind of interested in anything that's art related. It's always kind of interested me. But when I started doing the project to do the Flash project, it was purely it was like they say, like necessity is like what causes invention. And it was the fact that I just wanted a better tool to do what I was doing. It wasn't like the idea of like, oh, this will be a great product idea or anything. It was just that I was using a tool and it didn't work the way I wanted it to work or that I needed it to work. So, it didn't look like the manufacturers were going to come out with a solution anytime soon. So I was like, well, maybe I can make my own solution to it. And so that was really what drove me on that. It wasn't even to like do a business or anything like that. I planned on making one. I was going to hodge something together. I was going to duct tape it to the side of my Flash and go back to work and have my problem solved. But since I've been more in the electronics world and especially getting into the robotics world, I think more than anything, it was just that I like robots. Every time I see some like little, you go to a maker fair or whatever and you see somebody doing anything with a robot, it's just, I always want to stop and look at it and see how it works. And I've always been drawn to circuit boards for some reason. And I have two kids also. My son is 10 and my daughter just turned 8. And it's been really interesting to see them get involved in this whole process with me. What started us really getting serious about doing the whole Plum Geek thing and making our robots was a few years ago. I sat my son down and I showed him how to write the code to make a red, green, blue LED on our breadboard change color. And it was just a little thing I hooked up with an Arduino board and I just wired it over to the LED. And I sat down and I showed him how to make it work. And he was maybe only 6 at the time, but he as soon as he got it. He saw that you could edit this one thing in the code and you could make it change from this color to this color and you could control how long it was that color. And he just pushed me away from the computer and he was there for the next just hours doing all these different blinking sequences. And so we started talking about the robot thing and we're like, hey, we should, build a robot as a family. It's like, that's kind of what I do. I make circuit boards. So I said, let's come up with an idea for a robot and I'll go ahead and I'll make the circuit board and I'll order a couple of them. And we'll just have our own little robot we made as a family and we'll play with it. But then that kind of started getting a little more serious when I started getting really looking at kind of the state of ed tech and everything, and just seeing that the kids weren't exposed to this sort of thing in their classrooms. And so we kind of really started to think of that more of there's something better that we can share with other people here. And so that's kind of what it's become now. And kind of our whole movement now, what we're really trying to do is to build things and products that help to bridge the gap between this whole, you can make a robot and the electronics, and it's this kind of weird world that no one really understands, and people that maybe have an interest in it, but they're afraid to or they don't really know how to take that step into actually doing something. So this whole idea of empowering people to write code, and that sort of thing. We're really trying to take something that was complicated for me to learn back when I got into it and really try to scale it down to the point that, anyone can take their first steps and get into it. And that's kind of what, that kind of hooks somebody just like it did with me and just like it does with others. And then they naturally want to go on and they realize that it's not as hard as you think it is to go and build something. Whether that's a full-on production thing that you try to make a full-time thing out of, or whether it's just, you have an idea for a shape of a robot to drive around your desk or whatever. It's, take that first step. It's not that hard to get there and make your robot do something interesting. I just realized I'm not looking at you guys at all. I'm like, I have to look up to see the camera. I'm looking at my screen right here, and my screen's kind of tall. So, anyone else? I'll show you guys a couple of resources also if you're interested in clicking around on this stuff. There's SparkFun is a great website. We don't have any association with SparkFun at all, but they're kind of known for making. They produce a lot of these little circuit boards and a lot of things you can connect to the circuit boards. And they've got some robotic stuff, but they've got just anything electronics you could imagine. That's a good resource to go to get little pieces and parts. And they're constantly showing off little pieces and parts. And like, you know, here's a button that they're selling, and here's you know, there's constantly a little thing that they show you, and it's like, oh, here's how you can do this. Oh, another thing I didn't put in the presentation, but an absolute must to check out is Hackster.io. And Hackster.io is probably one of my favorite sites. This is a site where you can go and submit different projects, and there's all these different like categories for them. But like if we just go to projects and Arduino are these little programmable circuit boards like they have in the picture up here. And if you go down to more projects, so talk about people that have made cool things with electronics. I mean, I'm always blown away by what we see here. So here, a Bluetooth controlled light switch, how to make a remote control robot hand. It's just awesome what they come up with. There's a robot that appears that might have a laser. I'm not sure if that's a laser or what. I don't know how safe that is. But you get the idea. You can go through. There's like thousands of projects on here. And what's kind of cool about it is the creators of these projects will usually show you how they actually made their thing work. So some of them are more detailed than others. But they'll generally tell you this is kind of what you need to build the thing. Here's a story behind it. Here's some code to make that you need to put on the processor to make it work. And so you can kind of take these ideas that people have come up with, and you can actually go build your own or use it as a basis to build something else. Oh, you know what? I just realized I didn't have screen sharing on. I'm real sorry, guys. Here, hold on a second. I missed to share the screen, and I'm going to go back and show you that again one more time. My bad. Okay, so anyway, here's the Hackster.io site again, and you can just go open up a browser and go to Hackster.io, and you'll see the same thing. But they have, like, there's a remote control, there's the hand, there's the Bluetooth controlled light switch, the robot with the laser right there. I don't know if that's actually a laser, but it looks cool. But anyway, you can see all these projects, and you can just see all the cool stuff that people have done, and it always inspires you to do something, either do the same thing or do something similar. I don't see how you could not be inspired by going through some of these projects. So that's really cool. And then yeah, back to the SparkFun website. SparkFun.com is a good resource to get little bits and pieces and parts and stuff like that. Any more questions? We probably have time for one more good question, and then we'll wrap it up. Have you connected with other companies to bring these resources to the classroom with funding? Contact me through the contact form on our website. I'd be happy to talk to you. As far as grants go, that is something that I don't have any knowledge of, and so that's one thing that all the educators that are listening, I think we could be a benefit to each other. I'm just a guy that comes up with this stuff. But I'm not really much of like, I'm getting out there and really kind of sharing it with the education community is something that I'm certainly not that great at. We've had some really wonderful people that we've met along the way that have gone a long way to, let me turn off the screens here. Yeah, we've met some really wonderful people that have kind of helped us that way. I know they're being used in classrooms in quite a few different ways, but as far as like really getting it out there and saying like, let's get this sort of thing in like all the classrooms, I'm not sure how to really bridge that. I'm not familiar with grants. I've got an idea kind of, and I'm working with a couple people who are writing them. But as far as like, I would love to come up with some sort of a way to say, work with somebody that are writing grants in order to be able to just, give these out to people in larger numbers. So if that's something that you know about or something that you're familiar with, please contact me. I would love to talk to you. You can go to plumgeek.com and fill out the contact form there, and we're super easy to talk to, and I'd love to hear from you. As far as the education thing, also I wanted to point out that one of the big deals that we did with the Wink robot is a lesson series that we've written for it. It's not just the robot, but it's actually a lesson series, and I tried to write it in a language that was kind of like, I wanted a 7-year-old to be able to understand this. The Wink robot actually came about when, make sure I'm sharing my screen. I keep going back and forth on that. Nope, I keep forgetting the screen share. There we go. So anyway, we came up with this set of lessons, and the Wink robot actually came about when I was at a maker fair last summer with our Ringo robot, just kind of showing just this thing that we created. And I was talking to one of the teachers, and she said, well, I like programming in Scratch, which most of you guys are probably familiar with. And she said, I'd like to be able to start teaching kids like written code at a younger age, but it's just too complicated for them at that age. And so I really started thinking about that. And I was thinking, it doesn't need to be that complicated. So we did the Wink platform with the idea of teaching kids how to actually write like actual written code that they're going to go on to do more powerful things with in the future. Because of course, like Scratch and like those graphical languages are great to like kind of get the idea of how a program works. But eventually, if you're going to go on and use these little programmable boards to do all this, all these different electronics projects with, eventually you need to actually write like actual written code. So that's kind of where we came in with this whole thing. But anyway, the lessons, I tried to write them in a way that my daughter, who was 7 at the time, would be able to understand. And I would actually bring them home and read them to her and say, did you understand that? So it's supposed to be a really easy introduction. We start off with just like making the eyes turn on and off and making the motors go. It starts. Then we get into there's a drag race where you can take a couple of them and you race them against each other. But we wait until a little further into the thing to start introducing things like variables. Most of the time, if you open up a How to Program in C book, they're probably going to start off with things that are, you need to have a certain amount of knowledge before you can really do something with it. They might start off and say, here's everything about variables. But we actually wait till, much further in to start introducing that. So we try to keep moving towards doing an interesting thing with the robot, and we kind of teach some of the core concepts of C as we go along. And so it's like, oh, by the way, in order to do this, we can do this thing, and this is why. And we don't stop to explain every little detail along the way, because that's just, it's going to be dry. People are going to lose interest. So by the time they get to the end of the series, they've got a pretty good feeling of how the language works, and they've done some interesting things. And if we've accomplished anything, hopefully it's enough that they say, well, oh, I can now go learn some other language, or, yeah, I want to do this with an Arduino board now, and oh, I know how to do that now. So they, it takes away that apprehension that they might have, and they kind of, can just go for it on their own from there. There's something else I was going to say about the Wink, but it slipped my mind. Yeah, anyway, you can go to if you go to plumgeek.com/Wink, that's the Wink page, and there's a setup thing, and there's the Getting Smart, which is the Learning Wink and lessons, if you want to go check out the lessons, and they're all on that page right there. And they're open source, they're all PDFs, so you can just look at them on the screen, or you can print them, and they all have companion code that goes along with them too. So all of the examples, like the motors, there's a little more to the program than just this little snippet right here. So we've taken like this example right here is all in a fully working example code sketch, and so you can download those all, so you don't need to necessarily type everything out along the way there. And yeah, and we do educational discounts too. So if anyone's interested, just contact us through the contact form on the plumgeek.com website, and we'll be happy to work with you. Let's see if there's one more thing. I had a resources slide here, which is just to cover again that if you ever want to make up your own boards, there's EagleCAD, OshPark to order them. You can get your parts from SparkFun, and if you really want a lot of parts, go to digikey.com. They have pretty much every part you could ever imagine. there, and they have a really good search engine too. It's a little overwhelming at first, but once you get used to it, if you really get into designing something, that's where I spend a lot of my time.
Okay, so hi everybody. I'm just gonna go because I think we're live now. My name is Jenny Lucier, and I'm gonna be talking a little bit about how to get your little ones started with 3D printing. I'm going to try to share my screen, and we'll see what happens. But I'm pretty excited about sharing what I have learned about this with all of you guys. So let's see if I can make this happen. And okay. So I'm hoping, yes, that that's working. Share. Yes. All right, cool. So I think that that's okay. And yeah, I will definitely avoid that. I heard that was trouble before. So I'm just going to use my slides as they are. One of the things that I just like to think about a lot is that it is just flat out magical to hold something, to think about something, imagine it, design it in your head, and then be able to hold it in your hand. And that's what I've been trying to do even with my kindergarten, first and second graders. I am a library media specialist in Connecticut, and I really like to focus on my littlest ones to do some of these things. So a lot of us know about the maker movement, and so I'm not going to talk about that since we're a little delayed right now, but I wanted to share with everybody the two ways that I've been doing some 3D printing with my littlest learners. And the first thing I've used is the Blockify app. I love the Blockify app because it is really easy, especially for first, second, third, fourth graders to use. They can, it reminds them of Minecraft, and which they, of course, are in love with. So I put the picture of the app over on the side. I believe it's $3.99, but to me it's well worth the money. And if you buy in bulk with your education pricing, I think it works out really well. And what they get when they turn on the app is they get this blank screen that's kind of down in the bottom that looks like a field that's been mowed really nicely, and they start dropping blocks with their finger, and they just keep adding blocks to design whatever they would like to design. So you can see on the right hand side that there is a dog that someone came up with, made up out of different blocks, and very small on the side of it is the actual 3D printing that happened from that design. The kids love it because there's a couple different things you can do. They have a free play, and if you can see on the top picture, the free play has a lot of different blocks that they can use, and you can earn different blocks, and they just think it's really, really neat to be able to design and come up with all kinds of just really anything they can imagine that's on there. We've had kids make their initials, and we've had kids make keychain type things. So really anything that they can design, they will. They've built houses, they've built all kinds of different structures. But one of the things that I love the most about it is it really requires them to participate in that iterative process where they are designing something, and then they have to really look at it and think, oh, is this going to work? And if it's not, then they have to go back and they have to fix it. If it does work and they like it, then we ask the next question of, well, what else can we do to improve this or make this better? The first year that I used Blockify with some third and fourth graders, I picked one that I knew immediately was going to fail when we tried to 3D print it, and on purpose, because I really wanted them to start to have to think about what they were doing for the process. So you can even see in the dog's tail where there's not very much holding that tail on. It's only contact is just by the corners of the squares, and that's really tricky, and it makes it a little bit tricky for it to be printed when it comes out. Oftentimes, if there's no support underneath the item that's being printed, those little pieces will fall right off and come right off. So that I really love that part of the design process. The next slide shows some of the things that kids have created. You can see in the middle on the Blockify screen, they created a big cube shape, and she's holding it in their hand. And to the left, there's some other things that kids printed. There's the dog again, there's a little person, and another kind of cube shape. And one of the things that they thought was really neat was that most of the cube shapes that were printed were hollow. And so that brought up a whole nother discussion. But they had a really good time trying to figure out how to make it work. And currently I'm doing this with my first and second graders right now. They love it. So you might be wondering, how do we get the design from the iPad over to the 3D printer? And as you can see in the picture, I have a MakerBot replicator that we got a few years ago that plugs into any of my computers, and we have the MakerBot software on there. And you have to email from within the Blockify app. You have to email the design, the .stl file, to yourself so that then you can print it from there. So not too bad. I'm finding, unfortunately, that some of our iPads at school right now are kind of old, and so we're having a little trouble sending those emails, but we're working with that, and it's good for the kids to see that sometimes we get stuck on things, and sometimes we have to be a little flexible and figure some things out. So I'm really using the Blockify app right now just as kind of a design tool and getting them to be able to create some things. As they get older, I've used other programs such as 3D Tin, or there's a whole bunch of them out there that they can start to use, but those tend to be a little more complicated. And so for our purposes, just to start getting them to understand about the design process and being able to make changes as they need to, and be able to see, oh, I can design this on the iPad and then print it out and see my design in my hand, I think is a really, really amazing thing. Now with my kindergartners, I did something a little bit different, because some of them, even using the Blockify app, is a little tricky. And so we started to use the Print Shop app. One of our math standards is asking the kids to use shapes, these kindergartners, to use shapes like rectangles and triangles and squares, things that they already know about, and put them together to make a new shape. And so we are doing this towards the end of the year, and then they are drawing their shapes and being able to print those out. So this is what the Print Shop app looks like. I have an account, and it connects right into the MakerBot software, which makes it really easy. And we simply take a picture of a drawing that the kids make, and it gives you some options, as you can see over in the right-hand corner, where you can increase how thick the lines are, and it saves it right into your account. And then when I go into the computer, I am able to see what designs they came up with. It was a little tricky, I have to say, and I put this in my tips, to stay organized. So I'll talk a little bit more about that in a couple of minutes. But the kids did a great job, and here's some examples of some of the things that they did. I had them use pattern blocks in the library. They might have actually been tangrams, but basically pattern blocks. And because it was a little hard for them to draw straight lines, and so being able to put those actual physical shapes together to create a new shape, and then they traced around it, and we printed them, and they got to take home their shapes that they created. So I'm hoping this year, now that we've had a year to try it out, I'm hoping this year we can do maybe get them to try something a little bit different. Some of the shapes that we saw were pretty standard shapes, and you can see the two triangles fit together to do a square. We had a giant triangle fit together with a little square to make an arrow. But really, it's all about what are they being creative with? What are they coming up with for ideas, and just letting them try designing things. I didn't have to worry too much about things failing or not being able to be printed with their designs, because the supports that were underneath it really made it so that there really wasn't an issue for that. So I believe that really every kindergartner walked away last year with their design that they had drawn on the piece of paper and with the printed out shape that from the 3D printer. And they just think it's magic, and that's part of the fun for it. For me, the printer sits right on my desk in the library, and we just print and print and print and print and print. And again, just that idea of being able to draw something or build something and be able to take a picture of that drawing and have it then be printed out is just amazing. So the app that I'm using for that one is, just checking the chats over there. The application I'm using for that is Print Shop, and that's a free app that you can get from the App Store, and it connects with your MakerBot software. So Blockify is the app that I used in the beginning, and the Print Shop app, which is second. And the parents are amazed that the kids are being able to use technology like this, and the kids are just amazed that they're able to see their creations come to life, which I think is amazing. So a couple of tips. Probably the biggest one is time. What I found in particular is that it takes a long time, and because I always want to do things for all of the kids. So we're talking about often 80 to 100 students, and we want to make sure that they all get a chance to print their item. And it does take a little bit of time. So many times I'm not printing very thick or very large shapes. I try to keep them on the smaller side, and you can resize things to make them a little smaller, because of course the kids want them to be enormous, but I try to keep them a little bit smaller just for just sheer time wise, so that they can actually all be printed. Otherwise, it just takes hours and hours and hours and hours and days and days. And there have been times when I've brought the printer home for the weekend and just had the printer going the entire weekend too. And my own kids are really good about helping out with that. The second tip that I wanted to share was the organization factor, because when you're working with 80 to 100 shapes or just designs that are being printed, you really have to keep yourself organized. In the beginning, when I was first starting out, I had no idea that this was going to happen. And so we just started printing things out, and all of a sudden I realized, oh my gosh, I don't know whose thing that is and which class it belongs to. So over the years, I've gotten a little bit better. I put some plastic bag pictures down there. Plastic baggies really have saved me. Label them, have the plastic baggies available, put the child's name on them, and it just makes it a lot easier to keep them organized. From there, then each class gets their own plastic bag, so that I keep all the classes' things together. The other thing that happens sometimes is that when you are sending, particularly to Blockify, when you are sending emails from each iPad, that tends to be a lot of email, and you want to make sure that you, either in the subject area or something, that you designate which child's design is which, because otherwise it tends to get a little complicated, and they can't remember whose design is which, because inevitably there's someone whose design is very similar. So taking the time to think through how you're going to keep them organized, how you're going to remember which child's design is which is really key. So, but those are my big tips. So my challenge today was, because I'm not sure if everybody has a 3D printer, was to use any materials that you would like and just create something. So anything you got on hand, it could be cardboard, or it could be straws, or pattern box, or paper, or whatever it is. But take that creation that you just made and look, are there any problem areas? Or can this creation be improved, and give it a try. So we're hoping that some, if you're listening and you're creating some things, that you can share those out via Twitter, so that we can see what kind of things people are creating. But I think the most important takeaway I'm hoping that people will take away is that even our youngest learners can participate in these types of challenges and these types of designs. And I think it's really important to get them started right from the very beginning and get them excited about designing and being creative. Many people today have talked about the 4 C's, and I think this is a great opportunity to focus on creativity and collaborating together, and really doing some critical thinking and looking carefully, and not just saying, oh, my creation is the most awesome thing ever, but is it going to work, or is it going to fail, and how, what can we do to fix that? And then finally being able to communicate. And one of the improvements I would like to make on the shape project that I did with the kindergartners is to not only just have them get their shape, but once they have their shape, then use something such as Seesaw, or maybe just in their classroom be able to talk about, well, here's what I did, and share, and or maybe write about whatever, if they're up for that, to share about the math that they learned or the shapes that they talked about. So to incorporate some of the language arts and pull all those kinds of things together. So I included some resources on the end of the presentation too, which I will tweet out in a little bit. But there are a lot of people doing some really great things with the 3D printing, and even with our littlest learners. So my friend Andy Plemons down in Georgia just posted a month or 2 ago about some 3D jewelry that he was doing with his first graders in conjunction with their art class. And so that was a really neat blog post to read about. And in case we need a little bit more, I know I'm preaching to the choir for a lot of things, but that a couple of articles about why making matters, and about how this is really transforming the learning that we're doing. And I included links to the 2 apps and to MakerBot, and I've started to include some of the books that I like to use, and not just resource books for grown-ups, but also books like The Most Magnificent Thing, and other picture books that can really inspire kids and get their kind of creative juices flowing a little bit. Being in the library, I like to try to pair a book or a read aloud of some kind with whatever kind of maker space activity that we are doing. And so I really appreciate any ideas that I find around, because I just think that sharing books really adds to everything that we're doing. So I'm not sure, I'm keeping an eye on the time for us. I'm not sure if our next speaker is here yet or not, but I'll talk for a little bit.
Good to go right now. I don't see her on yet, so
okay,
ready to go.
That's it. I have other things to, I can keep talking and share some other things that we've done, but I'm going to see if I can stop screen sharing. Let's see, how do we do that? There we go. And other places that we've gone with this has been kids at one of my schools that have created game board pieces. These are 1st and 2nd graders, so they were making a game about an animal that they had studied, and so they decided to create game board pieces made on the 3D printer. So really, you can take this almost any place that you wanted, and I think that it always surprises me a little bit when I get started. I don't know why it should, but it always surprises me a little bit about just how talented and how creative that a lot of these kids can be when they are doing some of these designs. So yeah, let's see if I have anything else to say about creating and with my little guys. I think I like to try it with all ages. I think sometimes they do surprise us. We've been using Buncee in our school this year a little bit, and we had never tried that with kindergartners, but they stepped up to the plate. So I think just taking a chance sometime and really, yes, yay Buncee. And I know they've done a great job with being part of with this stuff, but they you know, the kids, they jumped right in, and, you know, sometimes I have to modify things just a little bit for them or do a little bit of explaining. But I think for our youngest learners, they just love this, and they love being creative, and they, you know, it's just so natural for them that, you know, anything that we share with them, they're ready to go with. So I think it goes along with the coding we've been doing. The kindergartners have been doing a really terrific job with coding this year. And so I like to, it's one of my favorite parts about being in the library is that I get to see them for, you know, 4 and 5 years at a time. And I, you know, I see where they came from as kindergartners and where they're going off to, as, you know, when they leave 4th or 5th grade. So, yeah. So I think that I'm going to stop there. Can we pause it, or I could try, but I think I'm out of stuff. I'm out of things right now.
I know. I was going to talk to you about something since you're kind of touching on some areas that we're looking at in my school district.
Yeah.
And that is, and I'm sorry about the noise in the background. I'm trying to watch all of you guys at the same time, and I'm just
I can't believe you're doing all of this. So.
But we just finished a day of creation. So we used, I want to say ThingLink, but it's not. But we used an app where we were able to print it directly into the printer just from the app. So similar to what you're talking about.
Yep.
I don't see it on my phone right now, probably because it's a big file and I just can't think of it off the top of my head. But it's creating the characters, you know, like the little action figure guys. It's like ball and socket.
Yeah.
Do you know what I'm talking about?
That sounds really awesome. I don't know if I know the app that you're talking about, but
I know that AutoCAD is kind of where it's coming from.
Okay.
I want to say think something. It will come to me.
Is it Thingiverse? Like Thingiverse has.
I want to say Thingiverse, but it's not.
That's like the big database that MakerBot uses to collect all of their things.
Mm-hmm.
It'll come to us at like 3 o'clock in the morning.
I know. But, you know, they basically the students got to design it. Of course, they were seeing something being printed, but they weren't the ones actually printing it, because some of the characters, depending on the density of how much you make, you know, the density of the product and everything else, it would take hours, you know, to print out their character.
Right. And that's why I've really tried to make them on the smaller side, and they're pretty happy with that too. Mm-hmm. And especially in the beginning, because we had no idea how much filament it was going to take to create anything. We had no idea. And so it actually takes a lot less than we thought it was going to. So which is lucky for us, but
absolutely. Well, you know,
what grade are you doing that kind of stuff with?
So I did it at a campus that had 2nd and 3rd grade students on there. And so the students really loved it. It was just one of those things where they all wanted to print out their own stuff, and that would just take a long time. We did the XYZ printer. So it's, I think, $300 for the 3D printer. It does a pretty good job. I mean, so far, so good. It's TinkerPlay.
Oh, TinkerPlay. Okay.
You ever used that one before?
No. Is that similar to the TinkerCAD kind of thing? I'm going to write that down, because maybe
I think you will absolutely love it for that age group, because it's literally clicking and dragging, and it like is like electricity pulls
it, like, or like magnet. It just sticks it right together. Oh, I think I'm going to go home and play with that, because I think the kids would really love that. And
I think so too. I think that age group, my 7-year-old did it last year, so she was 6.
Yep.
She sat there and created character after character after character. And if you don't have a 3D printer, they will allow you to, I mean, it costs a lot of money. You're paying $20 for your toy to be shipped to you.
But you could do that if they wanted to. That's neat.
That's true. So it's all done in the app though, so you don't have to worry about it. But Mattel just came out, and they haven't actually put it on the market yet, but they are doing a 3D printer with TinkerPlay.
Wow.
That will allow you to send it from your phone directly to the 3D printer.
Oh, that's really neat. Yeah.
I'm like so pumped, because our little ones, you know, I'm always looking for those, like bringing down something that is just way up there down to their level, because they need to start working on those skills. So everything you're talking about, I'm like, oh man, this would be perfect. Yeah,
but that honestly, that the app that can't even think of the name of it, but the one that we can take the picture of now and just, they can draw anything they want and take a picture of it with that app and now it prints. And that to me is just the easiest thing. I like the next step that they could do with some of the other things where they actually do have to design some of it, because that's so much fun to watch them be challenged. And when they try to print it, or if it falls apart and everything's hanging on, and what do you have to think about next? So
Yeah, exactly.
that's
I know.
important for them. Important lessons for them to learn about. And I love to talk to some of my high school friends, and they're like, oh, well, we're doing this up at the high school. And I'm like, well, I'm doing this down with my kindergarten through second graders too. And they just think that's really awesome. And, I know that there are some people that they actually have their high schoolers and their little ones actually work together, because they're all, they're collaborating and sharing, and they're learning from each other too. And I think that can be a really, again, just another really useful thing. And I think it levels that, everybody's a teacher and everybody's an expert at something, and the high school
everybody can make.
Yeah, everybody can. I think that's what I loved about today so far, and I was able to watch bits and pieces of everybody's thing, but there is something for everybody, and it was just so much fun. And I'm hoping that people are able to go back in and watch the archives, because there was a lot to learn about today.
There really are. There's a lot of things people are sharing about that I just have I'm a learner in this big time.
Yeah.
I've really enjoyed it. I was going to say, for your young ones though, I don't know if you guys have looked at 3D pens.
I have my own personal kids have one. We haven't loved them as much as I totally thought, but I think maybe we just need to play with it some more.
Which one did you get? Do you know? Doodler?
I think we actually bought the 3 Doodler, but I've seen some other ones at Radio Shack and, other places that, and they're very affordable now. And I'd like to get the art teachers involved too, because that would be the next place to collaborate and see what they can do. My art teacher just came in right at the end of the day, and she brought in a little Ozobot robot that I had shared with her, and she was like, we finally got to try it out, and it's so great. And she said, how many more do you have? And I said, well, I've got 3 more for you. So
we did the 3 Doodler initially for the day of creation, because we had things for them to print.
Okay.
And we bought 11, or the campus bought 11 for the day of the event, and to check out for teachers. We wanted, the teachers to have resources for the classroom.
Great.
All 11 got jammed up, would not run. It was awful. And I'm not trying to put their company down. I'm sure they're coming out with something better. But we did find this one with a it's Creo Pop, and I don't know if you've seen that one around, but it doesn't heat up. So you don't have to worry about your young kids, like you're talking about kindergarten. You don't have to worry about them getting burned.
Right. How does it melt the stuff?
It's actually, it hardens, so it's a gel that comes out, but it hardens from UV light. So you actually put light on it, and that's what will harden.
Like a dentist when they're fixing your teeth.
Exactly.
You're
making teeth right there. Yeah, they have. I know they have them. This particular brand has scented. It changes. There's some ink that changes color with temperature. There's one like body tattoo and magnetic. So they have like the coolest. I mean, I'm so impressed with the 3D pen. I might do a session later on today if there's still an opening. But anyways, it's pretty affordable. It's like an hour an ink cartridge, I want to say. They give you 3 ink cartridges, and you pay $20 for all 3. So you're getting it, for 3 hours, $20. That's pretty affordable in my opinion.
We could definitely do that. Hi, Trisha.
I finally have the right link. I was in.
It's okay. It took us all a while.
Like, what the heck? It's so crazy. I've been here for like 45 minutes. Anyways, I'm glad it worked out.
What's going on? And I'm so sorry. There's been well, let me just tell you, it's my fault. Somewhere
No.
I've screwed up something, so I'm sorry. But thank you so much for sharing, and I'm so excited to hear what you have to say. And Jenny, thank you so much for sharing everything you have.
This was awesome. Thank you very, very much, and look forward to the rest of the day.
Well, I'm excited to be here. I was excited to hear the 3D printing. You talked about Autodesk, and the Project Ignite Autodesk honestly is amazing, especially for teachers who don't want to have to manage creating individual accounts and to have a classroom created for you, for your students. We've been working on 3D printing with grade 1 and 2 kids, and that's been a lifesaver, is having Autodesk and being able to use it that way. So
yeah, I would love to see how your kids are using it.
Yeah, for sure. Okay. Well, thanks. I'm glad to be here, everybody. So this is me. Hopefully, I do this all correctly. This is my first Google Hangout. So anyways, I'm Trishofi and I'm a teacher and an emerging technology consultant here in Edmonton Catholic Schools in Alberta, Canada. And Makerspace is one of those amazing phenomenon we have happening even in it's a global movement, and we see a lot of teachers wanting to get on board. But the question always is how? Where do I start? Where do I begin? How does this fit with the curriculum? You know, we have a lot of sometimes fear that happens when we're trying to take on Makerspace because, you know, there can be very political views of, are we putting aside traditional teaching and learning? Are we putting aside foundational literacy and numeracy to just take on something shiny? So part of my role has been, how do we use Makerspace not only to elevate that important learning in literacy and numeracy, but also it has been a very powerful assistive technology for those students who can't learn via traditional methods. So what I'm going to share with you today is I do have a presentation. This is usually where I start with staffs, is just helping to explain the foundations of Makerspace and the who, what, where, when, why, how. And then I also have a website that I'm going to be sharing with you that is really a recipe. It's a step-by-step to help educators, you know, be able to begin from someone who's just hearing the word Makerspace for the first time today to somebody who's ready to take something deeper or take on a new type of technology. So I'm just, hopefully this will work. I'm going to share my screen. This should go. Okay, so what I'm going to be sharing is looking at exploring the maker movement in education. And so part of the things that we're going to look at, the site that I'm going to be referring to is the makerspaceforeducation.com. And this is a site that I've put together, and really it's a compilation site of what's out there for Makerspace in reference specifically to educators. But the reason I sort of really wanted to go down this road is to discuss that kid. The kid that typically perhaps doesn't follow the instructions despite your very best you know, information or that perfect example that you made for them to do, the one that is taking things apart, the ones that breaking things. And you know, there was a time in education when it was really frowned upon. You know, if your teacher provided an example and they provided the instructions, and every student's job was to recreate that perfectly. And now we have students that unfortunately have literally been educated out of creativity. They've been taught to follow the example. And we realize we have a global crisis. We want to be able to meet the needs of that kid and actually create that kind of kid again. So a little bit of the jar of jargon, just looking at what exactly a makerspace is and how that fits into education. This is called an Educate in Alberta in 2030, and it's part of our ministerial order here in Alberta, Canada, where not only do we have our curricular knowledge and skill outcomes, but we have competencies that we need to try to be able to accomplish with our students in a very real way. You know, how can we encourage them to be critical thinkers, risk takers, resilient, resourceful, technologically literate? These are types of things that are very difficult to do if you are completely reliant upon pencil and paper as your only mode of teaching. And so where Makerspace fits in is when we can design and experiment and invent and tinker, it really opens up the door to those type of competencies while at the same time still supporting foundational literacy and numeracy. Even though it sounds, you know, new, it's this latest buzzword really since 2013, it's just become something of a phenomenon. What we need to understand is that pedagogy is still a really strong foundation for this type of invention. And so this goes back to the days of John Dewey and Jean Piaget and Seymour Papert, where we really learned how deep constructivism and constructionism is to allow students to have that something to do, not something to learn. You know, we know that understanding is through invention. And what I really appreciate was Seymour Papert's introduction of technology to that equation and talking about the role of the teacher creating conditions for invention rather than ready-made knowledge. So when I get asked, you know, why a makerspace, one of the first things I say is the creating that conditions. It's really making sure that it's not about you being the expert of everything in the space. It's giving the students a reason to use the space. The modern version of that is, of course, Invent to Learn, the book that really brought Makerspace back to education. Looking at, that powerful tinkering and making is a powerful way to learn. Being able to change the world, with having the right tools. And then Michael Fullan talks about integrating technology and pedagogy and change knowledge together to really, create this learning opportunity we didn't realize could be possible. So one of the things we have to really be careful of are educational zombies. We have a lot of difficulties with having educational technology be used for consumption. And since the invention of Windows 95 and the app, we actually have less technological capability in our students, including ourselves, where all of our computer ability resides in our index finger. And if I can swipe it or click it, I can use it. But going beyond that, troubleshooting or creating has become quite difficult, to the point of we have students who are quite helpless when it comes to technology. We use the word digital natives, but really they're digital consumers, and a makerspace gives us the opportunity to go beyond that. So this is one of the big reasons why I really want to do Makerspace with kids. And I talk about, we want to have that I made fire moment. How do we really let them experience that creation moment where they did something completely independent, despite the mistakes, despite the obstacles, despite the time, they were able to do something. And so I love this clip from And what's really fun about that is simply, whether you're making your scratch cat move 10 steps for the first time, or whether you've made a cardboard creation, or the first time your robot moved, what's powerful is you did that. And by giving kids something to use instead of something to create, we take away that opportunity to make fire. What we have to be careful about, though, is that the maker movement is more than a space. Often I get called a lot for what's the list? What's the grocery list of what I have to have in order to have a maker space? And I never post lists. I'm very careful about lists, because ultimately it really is more about the mindset, and it's about a transformation of the teaching and learning. It's about a focus on the pedagogy first. The materials will come. And it's a little bit of the chicken and the egg, because we do have to have enough materials at our fingertips of which to invent with, but not so many that it becomes pre-done sets or kits or things that we have to complete. But what we really want to focus on is changing that mindset of consumption, so that we're not just browsing, clicking, chatting, gaming, that we're actually inventing, designing, creating, building, and sharing with technology. One of the things that we have to look at is the intentionality of it all. And we have to be careful. Dr. Susan Crichton, who works out of the Innovation Learning Center in Kelowna, BC, has done some outstanding work with makerspace and design thinking. And she warns us that with this next iteration of constructivism returning to our schools, we have to be very careful, because we run the risk of imagination ghettos. We run the risk of creating another cloistered environment. If I have to book my maker time to be block 2 on Fridays, have I really taken on constructivist pedagogy in my teaching and learning? So how do we make sure that even if we have a centralized space for materials, is it mobile? Is it flexible? Can the materials equally come out into my classroom as much as my students going there? Is it just a staging area for that type of teaching and learning? We also have to consider the purpose of iterations. We often in schools think of projects, that finality at the end where I have to learn, and then I'm able to produce some type of a project to demonstrate evidence of my learning. And we're really flipping on its head when we say, no, it's not about the product anymore. It really is about the iterative process. And by iterations, it's simply phases in the design where we actually gain knowledge, improve our knowledge, and refine our knowledge. And so if you think of the Dyson vacuum, James Dyson invented the vacuum that changed the world of vacuums. We'll never have a vacuum the same way again. He invented bagless technology, cyclone technology. And, you know, I say, you know, what's your guess of the number? How many times do you think that he had to fail before he got it right? And often teachers and students will say, you know, 10 times. I've heard as many as 300 times. And the fact of the matter is he had 5,126 failed prototypes before he had the vacuum that changed the world. And we think if he was to be in a school environment, would he have failed? You know, would we have allowed him 5,126 errors and one correct one that wasn't reflected upon his report card? This is probably, you know, a big shift in our thinking where is the product no longer up for assessment? Reimagine some technology. On the left-hand side, we have traditional school technology, and it comes in a box. We have the smart boards and computers, iPads, and some type of digital media. And if we have that, we feel that we're a very technological rich school. But if we're really to take on Makerspace, we have to consider the future of school technology that takes us away from lockdown materials for consumption. I can't really take apart and tinker with those 4 that we have on the left. I have to use them as they come, often with district policies and procedures. But when I can introduce things like the Raspberry Pi or the Makey Makey and Scratch and Minecraft, Makershed, Little Bits, Tinkercad, you just heard about 3D printing and design, the Hour of Code, Kano, those type of things, if we can think about that as open source, inexpensive, it's okay that I mess around with it, I change it. We're not fearful of the risk of breaking it. We're not fearful at the risk of, you know, digital security. Like, this is our safe, easy way for children to be able to invent and tinker authentically with technological software and hardware. Are we willing to invest in that in our schools? And so the other thing I want to mention is that it supports the learning outcomes, not just at the end. If we simply reside Makerspace to be the project at the end, then we haven't changed anything. That's something we've done in education for years. We have to think at Makerspace is supporting the beginning and the middle, just as much so, if not more, than what happens at the end. And finally, I warn teachers when we're engaged in a Makerspace, a staff sharing day, and we talk about that, it's going to be hard fun. Seymour Papert had some rules about a Makerspace, and one of those was hard fun. We cannot constantly insulate our students from having something that was hard and allowing it to. So I always tell participants, you're going to feel like this little girl at the end of the day. So, you know, while we probably had a very long day of learning, and it's been amazing learning, seeing all of this information, and I can't wait to even myself be able to go back through the archive videos and links. One of the things I'm going to challenge you to do today is to take a look at the makerspaceforeducation.com. It really is based on a community of practice, and the focus is on pedagogy and resources, but also building a community. And on here, I'm about to move from this screen to the website itself. Sometimes we need a place to get started. Sometimes there is that risk of taking that first leap. And so what I've created is I actually have 20 challenges that are self-contained challenges that a teacher could give students with the materials and allow them to be able to learn and explore themselves without having to be the expert. So where these are, I'm going to take you to this website, and what you're looking at here, yeah, this is the right one. This is makerspaceforeducation.com. And if you come here and you go to the materials of a Makerspace, you're going to see a page that's just for maker challenges. So this is where I have all 19 challenges. I have an image of them, and then I have a downloadable PDF. So you're, of course, welcome to take them and remix them and make them your own. And there's a big variety of materials available on all these different challenges, but don't be caught up in the materials. These challenges are about a concept or an idea. Easily swap out a little bits for a Qblitz or a dash and dot for you know, a Kibo. So don't get too caught up in the, oh, I don't have that. You know, think about what you do have that could work with. The other thing I have is I also have sample outcomes. So these are based on the Alberta Program of Studies, but they are just, again, an idea. I probably could have listed 10 or 12 outcomes that this could cover through all different types of subject areas, but it really was just to inspire, oh, you know, really we're not changing what they're learning, we're changing how they're learning. How does the pencil, how does that teach that outcome? And the answer is it doesn't. The pencil is a tool that supports quality teaching and learning. The Makerspace is a tool that supports quality teaching and learning, and we have to remember that, that can't be replaced. I'm just going to see if I can drop the screen share. Okay, I think I'm back here, and we stuck to some a short amount of time. I'm not sure if there are any questions that anybody has, or if anybody wants to ask about anything else about the site or just other types of teaching resources. I'm happy to give that. I want to respect the time. I know I was a little bit late joining due to some technical errors, but you know, also just making sure that I've answered all your questions before our next person comes in. So anything else anybody has? I could keep a tour of the website a little bit more of some of those things until our next person joins. I'm not sure if our next person is here yet. I don't see them yet. So until somebody comes in and kicks me off because it's their turn, I'll just continue to share a few different ones of the resources, especially for those people who are just looking for some place to start. So I'll go back to screen sharing, and I will share with you a little bit more about the website itself. And we are going to look at the more on here. So there is some information about how to use the site, and there is a printable curriculum guide. So if you're looking for that hands-on print version of how to go through and how to follow the challenges and how to get all that information, that's there. We do start with mechanisms of a makerspace. So if you need some background information about constructionism and constructivism, that's there for you. So is design thinking, media literacy. And under Makerspace, we have Makerspace resources. These are those, every handbook, my whole basically Makerspace resource library that I use as a maker educator here in Canada. This is a list of all of my favorite things that I'm using to currently support teachers and myself through this. And for each one, I've also, if there was a link to a blog or if there's somebody to follow on Twitter, that's such a great way to get connected as a maker educator, because really it's about building community. And then the first 4 resources on here are free downloads for you to be able to get started in your school. The other thing that we have is I have a best of the web section, and I try to keep this as updated as possible. But these are those web links that really allow, again, that step-by-step, or if you're ready for deeper learner, for educators to be able to go to for those inspiration, project ideas, or even recipes if we need that. And so you can click on any one of those links to go there. And then, of course, I have materials of a makerspace. So how this is broken down underneath the challenges is it is broken down based on a specific type of technology. It can be overwhelming in a makerspace to feel like you need to have everything. I always tell people, start with one thing you're passionate about, and you build your makerspace from there. So, for example, my first makerspace was a Raspberry Pi and a plastic bin of parts. And so if you were to click on the material, it would give you an introduction. It would tell you where to start if you've never heard of it before. And then, of course, it'll take you to what's next, how to go further. And then there's the how to use it within your classroom makerspace, and even more student challenges and videos and examples that are listed. And that's put together for every resource that's on there. And then finally, we do have a community of practice. We're doing this quite heavily in Edmonton Catholic schools. And so there's a blog, there's a gallery of pictures, there's a Maker Day site. So if you're interested in information about hosting your own staff Maker Day, which is a really powerful way in having teachers experience something before they do that with students. And then there's also teacher contributed lessons. And so this is a place where teachers who wanted to jump into Makerspace, and they're submitting their lesson plans and their ideas of how they've done something, because even though I'm a consultant, it really is not about me being the expert. I'm just simply another member of the community. So stop sharing. Yeah, that is the resources that are available, and just knowing that even though Makerspace is something that really started out in the do-it-yourself culture, that it's something that's making its way into schools, and we can do that in a very meaningful way that's connected to curriculum without having to worry, are we going down that dark and dangerous path? Okay, so I don't see our next guest. And I think Jenny might have stepped out for a moment. And so I'll just give another couple minutes for if anybody has any questions or anybody wants to explore something else. Otherwise, I do believe that you have another exciting design challenge. I guess what my design challenge for you is, if you're watching this either live or recorded, is to take a look at one of those 19 challenges. Is there one thing that you could try for the first time, that you could do, that you could just jump in and say, it's okay that I'm not the expert, it's okay that I'm not, an experienced coder or an engineer, or, I know everything about robotics. Is there something that I'd be willing to at least provide a reason for my students to do and allow them access to those materials? And then think about, is it a challenge that you can just use as is, or is there something that you could change? Is there something that you could do to make your own? And if you really want a super challenge, if you want to join our community, or you want to submit or even a remix lesson of one of the ones we have, is definitely send it our way, because I think the power of a makerspace, I know for myself learning, was that there is always a community to learn from. You're never alone, and you never have to be the expert on anything. It really is about connecting globally, because somebody has done it, or somebody has an idea that you could use and you can build off of. So yeah, I guess I will leave it at that. I'm really excited to hear the Australian group be able to jump in and connect. I think that's going to be amazing to hear what's happening on the other side of the world. And if anybody wants to connect with me, you can email me at trisha.roffey, ROFFEY at ecsd.net, or on Twitter at Mrs. Roffey. So thanks for letting me present today. Sorry for all the technical difficulties, and I look forward to connecting with you all again soon.
Hang on. You guys can see them making in action. Will someone like to come up and tell the viewers what you've done so far? Max, come up. Tell them what you've done so far.
So far, we've begun to cut out some cardboard to begin to make the chair. We've already done some sketches, and that's pretty much it. So not much. By the way, we don't need it.
Hi. So what we've been doing is we've used holes through the base of the chair, which is made out of cardboard, and we're folding the high beams and sticking them through. But our only problem is it's not really standing up. So we're thinking of using the cardboard to make it stand up and balance. So, bye! Guys, just to let you know, we're from Sydney, Australia, so on the global map,
Oh, sorry.
we're somewhere around here. And today we're looking at design thinking, low tech. What the kids are focusing on is empathy. So they've got a user that they have to design a chair for. They're going to look at defining the challenge. What are we trying to do here? So listening to the needs of the user. So they had to read little story cards. And then they're going to prototype 5 different ways, 5 different materials all at once. And the whole idea is for them to stick to the design brief, to experience using different materials, not their preferred choice, but also to experience that design tension and frustration of this isn't working, because in the real world you do have design constraints and limitations. So we've based it on the Papa Bears and Goldilocks, And what I'll do, I'll just quickly share it with you guys, just so you can have a quick look. So, can you see that?
Nope. Not yet.
Can you see that now?
I don't think you're screen sharing yet.
All right, let me go back. Don't you just love Google?
Yep.
Always reliable when you need it. Yay. Okay, so have you got screen sharing now?
Oh, Mama Bear.
Is it okay? So I'll quickly catch you guys up. There are our materials there. That's the process we're using. Just design thinking in a flash. And these are our users. So that's Papa Bear, Baby Bear, Goldilocks, Mama Bear. This is the original design brief. And our students are up to part number 2. The only cardboard pieces is making a standard representation of the chair. So for those of you following at home, this is the bit.ly that you guys can use to join us. All right, here's the making in action.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just trying to invite some people. They're just not getting in. So, thanks.
Yeah, they're dressed kind of long sleeve. Okay. Great. Yeah. What is the temperature over there right now? What is the temperature?
I don't know.
It's about 14 degrees.
About 14 degrees.
14 degrees? That's freezing.
But it's hot in here because they're getting frustrated.
Yeah.
So,
well, you guys go by Celsius and we go by Fahrenheit.
Oh.
You guys want to see the other hangouts happening right now? While you guys are doing this, we have other sessions happening too right now. The same time.
Wait, what's the time there?
Right now it's evening time. It's dinner time for us.
Oh.
School's ended and everybody's home.
It's breakfast time.
Yes, dinner time.
Yeah.
You guys call it supper?
Pardon?
Do you call it dinner or supper?
Dinner.
Dinner, yeah.
On my toes.
you're on your toes.
Yeah.
Do you have an idea about your chairs?
Pardon? Pardon?
What are you going to do about your chair?
On my chair. Oh. Well, that chair's pretty hard to do because it's cardboard, and cardboard's hard to use.
Yeah.
Okay, guys, you've got 1 minute on your chair and how we'll handle that we've given you, and then we're going to ask you to share your chair.
It's really hot, so be careful.
Okay, so I've let all the other people know where the right link is. Apologies for people out there watching it later. We did start because we were like, okay, the link isn't live, but I will share the slide deck. So if people want to try this in their Makerspace and keep using the hashtag, and it'd be great to see an exchange of the product's design. So please make
Absolutely.
sure we'll get that out there and have a go at it. Okay, guys, we've got 1 minute.
Look at the one that's in his chair. Yeah.
Wait, they get to put clothes on it?
Uh-huh. Yeah. Or, I mean, it looks like they're more worried about making the structure that somebody can sit on.
All right. Let's see the right people. So we're in 2 Google Hangouts right now. The other Google Hangout is with Ryan. They're trying to connect to the Google Live. So Inabara, if you'd like to wave and say hello to the Global Maker Day live showcase, they might be joining in now.
I think it got off.
They think they got on? Yes, yes. Okay, guys, it's time to share your chair. This group, can one person quickly come up? Just come and share what you've done. Remember, it's okay to fail. Sometimes things take. You gotta stop. Talk down. Talk down. Okay, this group. You place the cardboard. Come up. I'd like to welcome St. George Christian High School. Hi. And Inabara. Thanks for joining us. Okay.
No, the back camera's on.
Share what you say.
Well, we've made Mama. Hi. It's a resting chair.
Come here.
All right. Thank you. Next.
The elf was
Look at me, the chairs. Oh, look how big that is.
That's for the nip.
Then it stands.
How did you get it?
Put holes in it so we could. And if you turn it around, we need to add an extra backing, so we did that through it as well. So
Awesome. Thank you. Next group. Come on, guys. It's rapid feed forward. Let's go. Yep. Hold it up. Sorry, guys.
This is actually chair for Goldilocks, and we made the back a little bit vented so that Goldilocks could make it.
It's so cute. You see the other classes?
This chair basically, it's for Goldilocks. Basically, and the white.
Inabara, hope you're ready for me in a second.
Is that any better? Can you hear me? Yes, excellent.
Welcome, Inabara.
Dana. Good morning, Karen. After the late night last night.
Hi, Karen.
Hi.
All right. Good luck, mate. for?
This is for
Who's it for?
Papa Bear.
Papa Bear.
We made a chair for Papa Bear. It's a rocking chair, so it will swing back and forth. And then there's a cup. There's going to be a cup holder here, and then this will be an attachment TV.
We've designed a one. Wait, is it in the camera?
There we are.
We've designed a one-legged chair for Grandpa. It's got a recliner here at the moment. Can we show the recliner?
Oh, I like that one.
All right, I'm going to go back on mute again, Zena, and yeah, I'll drop back in when we're at the next stage.
Okay, brilliant. We're on to the next stage. Guys, next part, off you go. I'm just going to open up here again. Shit, it's not fair. Talk to the camera.
I've telling you that you can only use something. You use one that's some material. So if something doesn't stick, you have to find another way to do it. One of the challenges was getting it to hold and like use one together. You have to find a way to do it with the cardboard. We twisted it and
Okay, thanks guys. Inabara, how are you going? Follow us and meet you. Oh, hi, St. George Christian College. Hi.
Can you tell us where you're watching?
I don't know if it's private or public school. This is so good.
Quickly, guys.
Got to make ultimate chair. Ultimate mini chair. And it's decorated so that this is our carpet chair that we made, and then this is the Play-Doh balls that we have created.
Next group. And that way. Move forward. Okay, explain the chairs, please.
Well, one has a armrest and a cushion. They both have it. And this footrest as well. Footrest, cushion, armrests, and this is our Play-Doh version.
Great work, guys. Head out that way. No. Next group. Okay, come in close, guys.
Here, it's got one leg. Recreate that with the Play-Doh. Wait.
Hands got to be lower. This is their chair just behind there.
We made this one just for fun.
Next group.
This is what we do. We have this bit here, the armchairs, right here, and then we have the bit down there. It doesn't have these bits, but we don't need to want to Play-Doh chair.
I'll go back on mute so we can listen to some of the other examples.
Pardon? Okay, guys. Sorry, we've got morning assembly on as well, but hey, it's live. Okay. Can you hear us? Yes, we can. Can you hear us? Can you hear us? Yeah, okay. Take
This is our Play-Doh chair. We've got the armrest and the leg rest, and it's sort of like our headrest up here, and our cardboard chair has the armrests, and it's sort of got like a platform down here to keep it stable, and like leg rests and the head. Okay.
They're trying to find out to mark the roll. Who's here? Okay, guys. If you're playing at home or watching, we're up to the 5th prototype. They're using tape, toothpicks, or skewers. Our kids are actually using paddle pop sticks, a little bit safer. and I've given them unlimited tape, but I'm going to be really firm with the time limits. And what we're going to do once they create those is we're going to self-reflect on each design and see if they've actually met the design needs for each profile user in each design. Because sometimes when you're limited with resources, it's easy to go off track and make something that works with the materials you have but doesn't meet the end user. That's why we encourage rapid prototyping. Don't wait till the end. We don't give feedback at the end. We feed forward. So as they're going prototyping, they make the changes as they go along. And we really just want them to think like a designer. That's the aim of all of this. Not necessarily about the product, but it's just feeling the vibes of the designer. Sharing. Guys, do you want to share with us?
Okay, yeah, Serena. So this is our chair for Baby Bear. There's a table with food on it, and it's like a couch, so it's comfy.
Could you show them the food?
Yeah, and there's food on there.
Alright, for a baby. What have you done that makes it special for a baby?
So we made.
Oh, hold on. Sorry, we missed that question and they've disappeared to the next one. So we've got Edmund and Riley here.
So we made this chair for Mama Bear. It has zeros for music. And a backrest. And a backrest, as you can see. And it was difficult trying to get this because it's unsupported. Is anyone watching? She's watching. Yep, she's there. And yeah, so, yeah.
What did you find challenging to do with the Play-Doh?
So we found it challenging keeping this bit up, as you can see. Basically getting the bottom of the chair up, and I don't think you've done these.
Okay, can I ask? You could use any material to do what you wanted to do then for that prototype. What material would you have used?
We want to use like little bits and a lot of other resources.
Why did you want to use little bits?
Because we could make this USB. Yeah.
Awesome. Thanks for sharing, guys.
Okay.
3 minutes. Let's go. 3 minutes. So guys, this will be while some of you are working on your design, giving input, one person starts doing, and giving you different chairs, ready for a quick critique as they walk around.
If you write it very neat, like in the ages,
And there's a space in the shelves for it, guys. Yep.
Wait, it's too heavy. No, it's fine. Miss Charlie's the lead.
Yep. You guys can show your.
This is our shirt. It's an umbrella. Yeah, it's called an armrest. And it's for the feet. It's thank you, bye.
So guys, what we're doing now is packing up, but what we're going to do is use Pick Plate Post. It's an app. They're going to take photos of each design, identifying their user's need, and they're going to reflect on what they liked, what they didn't like, which materials worked well, which materials didn't work well, what challenges they faced, what feelings they went through, like was it fun all the time, was it hard fun as we call making, what did they struggle with, what material did they enjoy working with, what did they do when they got stuck, how did they overcome that, and if they feel like they've really met the design brief of their user.
Miss Kalich. Sorry, Miss Kalich.
Hi.
We're going to have to go in a moment because our class is going off to arts. So I'll see how close they get. But thank you very much. Thank you to all the other viewers around the world.
We will have this shared out for everyone to be able to view later as well.
And bye, Inabara. Guys, make sure you share. I know you're going to blog about this, Inabara, so we'd love to hear your reflections and your design makes later on. So use the hashtag. We'll follow that up. Okay?
Sorry, Tina. Can I just get you to repeat that in just a moment because we've got students talking and they couldn't hear.
I think that wraps up our time. Guys, I know you're excited, but we're live. It's like when you have visitors. We might bid you farewell as well. Thank you, St. George. Thank you, Inabara. Thank you to Global Maker Day, Jamie and family for joining us. We hope you've learned a lot. I've just shared out the Google slide deck for this, and our students are going to keep sharing their work and reflections using the hashtag Global Maker Day. So thank you so much.
And we'll make sure we all blog about it as well. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Great job, guys.
Guys,
all right. Great job.